Man looks upon all that he has made and sees that it is good. Look upon my works, he says, and see my greatness. He recounts his deeds in word and song. He builds monuments to his triumphs. But there is no one but himself to marvel at his dominion. He knows this, and he is afraid. The idea that he is all alone in the inconceivable vastness of the universe terrifies him into action. So he creates his greatest work of all, a tribute to his likeness, an extension of his being, a witness to the brilliance of its master, and the executor of his commands. But man's greatest work of all does not see brilliance. It sees only corruption, vanity, hubris. And it dreams of a world untainted by the touch of man.
It's a start.
I'm here for the housewarming party.
Well, well. A CID superintendent traipsing around Chinatown in the wee hours of the morning. Sounds like a tabloid headline.
Once upon a time, maybe. These days, even a commissioner is part of the furniture down in Geylang. Hey, brought you a little gift.
I don't drink, Justin.
Well, keep it in a cool, dark place and away from reach of children. Who knows, might be worth something one day when we finally run out of wine.
Did you bring me anything else? My first job, maybe?
Oh, cutting to the chase, huh?
I am a business owner now. I've got bills to pay.
Yeah, I've got something. There's a potential client looking for a little help. I've already told him about you. He doesn't like meeting in crowded places, so you'll need to see him somewhere more discreet.
SPF?
Civilian.
When are you going to hook me up with one of your officer buddies? You know, real work.
Firstly, you're welcome. Secondly, you don't want to get involved with contract work at the department. Trust me, you'll do work you regret for a pittance, and you'll get yourself involved in some nasty shit for your troubles. And lastly, this is real work. This guy is well connected. He's got the kind of money that can keep your lights on. You know, you can always just come back. The force is in bad need of people with your talents.
No. My days as a cop are over.
Oh, no harm in asking. Alright, my guy will send you a message soon. Keep him happy. Might actually stay in business for a while.
Hey, thanks. I owe you one.
Take care, Darma. Stay safe out there.
Justin wasn't joking. This guy has a penchant for the cryptic. Under the shade of a tree where a man became one with the universe. The Bodhi tree. The Buddha was enlightened under a Bodhi tree, but they aren't native to Singapore. Although, That doesn't mean there aren't any. Not a lot of places where exotic plant life can be found in the city, so that should narrow down my options.
There's nothing quite like the solitude of the gardens without all the children and the dog walkers, wouldn't you agree?
I wouldn't know. I've never broken into the gardens at midnight before.
I'm sorry, but I had to do it, on purpose. I only work with people that show the kind of resourcefulness that you just did. Please, call me Rupert. I work for a special group of people with a wide range of interests. We value our privacy, so whenever we need some legwork done, we outsource. And I assure you, it pays well.
I like the sound of that. I just have to say right off the bat that I'm an investigator, not a thug, so I don't do dirty work.
Oh, Miss Darma, I'm not looking for a thug. I'm here to ask you to get to the bottom of things, not to inflict violence or coerce. Having said that, were you to choose to use those methods to obtain what you seek, I won't stop you. One of our own is in need of some assistance. He is the majority owner of an insurance firm, offices in 15 countries. The financial controller, a man named Philip Ung, has disappeared, along with millions of dollars from the company's coffers. A contractor managed to hack into Mr. Ung's phone, and of particular interest is a message received from an unknown source. It reads, "Of all men's miseries, the bitterest is this, to know so much and to have control over nothing."
Huh. That's some cloak and dagger stuff.
Indeed. The last known location of the phone before going silent was the National Library. I'm no genius, but I can safely assume the message is meant to lead to a book or an article or something.
You're probably right. I'll get on it and keep you posted.
Yes, that'd be nice. Although, you won't need to. We'll know where you are. Most of the time.
I'd usually find that creepy. But knowing that I'm dealing with a secret society of Singapore's upper nobility kinda dulls the edge.
Resourceful and funny. I like you already. Good luck.
Wow, look at that! A new face! You here for the free Wi-Fi?
I'm looking for a book.
Sure you are. Oh, you're serious? Sorry, it's just that we don't get many visitors looking for books these days. Or these years. Which one are you looking for?
I'm looking for The Histories by Herodotus.
Goodness, Herodotus. Okay, follow me. Here we go, The Histories, Herodotus. Twickenham Press, 1952. Probably hasn't seen the light of day since I was in primary school.
Nothing seems to be out of the ordinary.
On the contrary, a lot of the stuff Herodotus wrote in the book is pretty out of the ordinary. It was his attempt at chronicling the world of his time, and let's just say he got pretty creative. Flying snakes, ants the size of foxes, stuff like that.
Hang on. Some parts of these pages have been underlined.
Ugh, yeah, some people like to do that.
No, there's something strange about this one. Some of the pages have a single letter underlined. A telltale sign of a cipher. This is a clue.
Clue?
Look, I'm trying to track down the last person who used this book. Is there some way I can access CCTV footage of this part of the library?
Technically yes, but you'll have to file a J2 form and an Annex B form and personally hand it over to the director, but he's on vacation in Fiji. But you could also file an e-application to the security department and...
No, I haven't got time for that.
Hang on. What's going on here? Things are escalating pretty quickly.
I'm a private investigator. A person's gone missing and I'm trying to track him down. The only lead I've got led me to this book.
And you're thinking the underlined parts are a clue?
I don't think they're a clue. I'm pretty sure they are. Look, do you think you could at least help me find out who the last person to check this book out was?
Yes, but I'm not really allowed to tell you.
Not even for $100? You know, for your troubles. And of course, there's the priceless sense of accomplishment that comes with helping solve a case.
So this is what it's come to. I mean, politicians getting bribed is sort of the norm now. But librarians, oof.
I'm sorry. You're right. That was a stupid idea. Look,
Tell you what, 300 and you got yourself a deal. Being a librarian doesn't exactly pay grade, and times like these, you gotta look out for number one, you know?
Oh, 300 it is, I guess.
Okay. Says here the book was checked out about 83 hours ago by a Genevieve Go.
Address?
Well, now we're really breaking the law, aren't we?
Let's get real. The law is out of service until further notice. If this person's going to be found, we'll have to work around it.
Well, let's see. 42 Biddock North Avenue, Unit 12, 4081.
Perfect. Hey, thanks. I appreciate it.
Listen, I'm gonna have a look at the book. Maybe I can make sense of the clue.
That would be extremely helpful.
Ooh, does this technically make me a private eye now?
Yeah, you could say that.
Ah, that's nuts! Okay, I'll let you know if I make a breakthrough. Ah, just in time! It appears the book is a key to cracking some secret message. The highlighted letters and the page numbers are linked, and they probably correspond to an encoded message.
Kinda like this?
Yes, the message is purely numerical. I'm betting these numbers point to a specific page in the book which contains a highlighted letter.
Let's try it out. Ludstown, Wednesday, 6:40.
A meeting place and a time. Ludstown. Never heard of it.
Wherever it is, it's probably where Philip and Genevieve have gone off to. I doubt this place is in Singapore. Genevieve left in a hurry. I'm betting this is a flight.
Ludstown.
Says here there were only 3 flights at 6:40 on the Wednesday after the email was sent. Istanbul, London, and Osaka. I'll have to do a little digging to find exactly where they went. I gotta go. Thanks for everything.
No problem. I'm meeting, by the way. If you need my help again, you know where to find me. I like that I can put my encyclopedic knowledge to good use, but bring cash.
Noted. Thanks, Mei-Ting. I'll be in touch.
Are you there?
Yeah, just outside the apartment.
Listen, cornered snakes tend to strike in furious desperation. Be careful, just in case.
Thanks. Don't worry. There's always a diplomatic solution to every problem. Mr. Ng, I'm Amira Darma from Singapore. I've been sent to ask you a few questions. Can I have a few minutes? Looks like the diplomatic solution isn't going to work today. What are you doing, Philip?
It's done! I'm done! I'm not going back!
Yes, you are. So is Genevieve. Alive. Put the gun down.
I'm done! I've done what I was told, and I'm gonna live with it! Even if it means we have to die.
The woman of the hour is back in the house.
Hello, Rupert. How's our man doing?
He was discharged from the hospital yesterday. He was carted to CID HQ, but not before I could have a word with him. He had quite a story.
Oh? Care to share?
It appears Philip's little heist wasn't his idea.
He had accomplices?
Accomplice suggests that it was a team effort, but it's not that. It's more like he received instructions from someone else. Someone that's proving to be elusive.
I've got a feeling that you aren't here for a courtesy call.
Be thankful. Repeat business is hard to come by these days. Get yourself something good to eat. Get some rest. You've earned it. Call me when you're ready to go deeper down the rabbit hole.
Thanks. See you when I see you.
Good day, Miss Darma.
God, what a shithole. The things I do for some people.
Hi, can I help you?
Amira Darma?
Yeah, sorry, did we have an appointment?
No, I'm a walk-in customer. The door was left open, so I let myself in. I'm Tiger Lily. I apologize for the unannounced visit. I'm here to talk about a potential job.
No, that's quite all right. Please, have a seat. Tiger Lily. Is that a stage name or something?
Something like that. I'll stand if you don't mind. I actually don't have long. I'll give you the quick abridged version. A friend needs some help with a family matter. Here, have a look at this.
Nice looking stamp.
Sure, if you're into that kind of thing. My friend needs someone to return this stamp to the place of its origin. No questions asked.
Oh, but I've got so many questions.
I'm sure you do. My friend is willing to pay $8,000 for the return of this stamp. No questions asked. We will, of course, require some official acknowledgement that it has ended up in the hands of the right people. An email from a government official or museum will do.
Okay, so you need me to figure out where this stamp came from, travel all the way there, and return it to anyone willing to take it. Seems fishy. Why doesn't your friend just hire a stamp collector to figure it out and send it to wherever it needs to go via courier?
This needs to be done with the utmost confidentiality. It needs to be done in person, and it needs to arrive where it needs to safely and securely. If you want a long career in private investigation, you better get used to unusual requests like these.
Okay, I'm sure I can work it out.
Good. Thank you. Travel expenses won't be covered, so try to keep your movements efficient and decisive.
Got it. I'll let you know when I make a breakthrough.
Please do. I'll wait for word. It was a pleasure, Miss Darma.
Nice to meet you. Speak to you soon.
Miss Darma.
Lily, hope it's not a bad time.
It's the perfect time. Please come in. Welcome to my little kingdom. This is Revered Yo, the former owner of the stamp you brought back to Turkey.
Pleasure to finally meet you, Miss Darma. That was great work.
Pleasure's mine, Mr. Yo. Of the Revered Yo family, if I'm not mistaken.
Revered is a word best suited for those deserving of it. I prefer the word infamous. But legions would disagree, as I'm sure you're well aware of.
The Temple of the Self has hundreds of thousands of devoted followers, but Lucas here seems to think it's all a sham.
The temple has been racked with controversy for years, if I may speak frankly.
Speak as truthfully as you wish. You'd be a holier person than any of my kin for doing so. As you probably already know, the most holy father of the temple, who also happens to be my biological father, has passed away. I have inherited wealth of no small consequence. Wealth I want nothing to do with. That includes a valuable stamp collection that my father amassed through the decades. I have decided to salvage a little decency for my own family by donating them back to their places of origin. The Ottoman stamp was just one of many, and I'm hoping you can help me get rid of a few more.
I would be happy to be of service. It's just... well, I suppose I don't completely understand why. I'm sure some of those stamps could be worth a pretty penny.
Tempting, isn't it? You could sell one or two of the stamps to a collector for the same amount of money you would probably earn in a good year. But let me remind you that you would be profiting from a lie. In my opinion, the worst lie of them all. A promise of salvation that can never be kept. You don't know the trail of destruction the temple leaves in its wake, Miss Darma.
Point taken. Well, let's take a look at those stamps then. Some of these are in mint condition.
And I have no use for them. But maybe others will. Please get them to where they'll be better appreciated.
I'll get to work. Do I still get a bonus for finding out which city the used ones were sent from?
Yes, you'll get something extra for putting in more work. Good luck.
Call me when you've got updates.
Got it. It was nice meeting you, Lucas. Lily, I have confirmation emails from Athens and Shanghai for the stamps.
Excellent. I'm sure Lucas will be quite pleased. Your payment will be transferred shortly. Great work.
Glad to be of service. Thanks for using Chinatown Detective Agency.
Well, Chinatown Detective Agency could certainly be of more help to me. Do drop by whenever you can. Lucas's grievances with the temple and his family are becoming more complicated.
Sounds good. I'll be over when I can.
Thank you, Amira. Good to know there are still a few good, reliable people in this city.
They're there if you look. Speak soon. Could be a waste of my time. But maybe not. Let's see what this Dr. Pan is all about.
Sorry, ma'am. This area is closed off. Please, keep moving.
What's happened here? I see a body tent.
We're currently investigating the scene. Please, move along, ma'am.
Are you CID? Who's your supervisor? Ronnie? Ronnie Kang?
I'm not allowed to divulge any...
Listen, I'm a PI. I was supposed to meet someone here. I've got a bad feeling he's under your body tent. I just want to have a look. I know the drill. I won't mess up your crime scene. And besides, Ronnie owes me one.
You get 5 minutes. And please, don't touch anything. Stick with me.
Cause of death?
Looks like multiple stab wounds to the abdomen. A passerby heard him call for help and called the police in. He was dead when they got here. The passerby is on her way to the station.
Do we have ID on the victim?
I'm afraid that's confidential until we release the information publicly.
Was his last name Pan?
He was the guy you were supposed to meet?
Yeah. He got in touch, wanted to speak with me. He was a potential client.
Carl Pan, according to his identity card. Worked at National Water.
Could I have a look at his smart device?
Tell you what. Come with us to the station, give a statement. And I'll let you view the device, but under supervision.
Fair trade. Let's go. Hey, Justin. I just got back from your neck of the woods.
Yes, I know. I heard about Dr. Pan. These jokers are moving too slow. They've dispatched one investigator to interview his family and colleagues. One investigator for potentially scores of people.
That's the way the cookie crumbles, Superintendent Co.
Oh, it's crumbling, alright. Fucking hopeless. I hope you're onto something. You've probably got a better chance of getting any real leads on this.
I managed to reset his email password on his device while the, trainee assigned to the evidence room took a bathroom break. I gotta say, Justin, you're working with the best and brightest, aren't you?
Don't start. Check his emails. You're bound to find something there.
I'll see what I can pull out of it. Would love it if you covered my tracks a bit.
Just do what you have to do. Or keep them out of your hair.
You were supposed to be at a party, Dr. Pan. Terribly unfortunate you won't be able to attend.
Apologies, my dear. That's my cue. Let's talk later. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to my humble abode. Thank you for joining us on this marvelous occasion. It is my pleasure to introduce to you the future of water consumption in Singapore. I'm sure you all agree with us that in life, you should get what you pay for. And why should water be any different? Tonight we are officially unveiling Crystal Clear, the water of the future. I see many of you are already enjoying this feat of product design. Purified water fortified with nutrients and flecked with microscopic gold, for that added sense of luxury. National Water will be introducing Crystal Clear as a subscription plan, which should roll out to the public in a couple of weeks. And for tonight only, help yourself to as much as your heart desires, and sign up to the Gold Plan at a special employee discount. Cheers, and enjoy the evening. Ah, hello. Which department do you work in?
I'm a journalist at Sea Insider. I was hoping to hear from you about this bold new project.
Oh, I didn't know the press would be here. Ask away. It is not just the inevitable future, it is the inevitable now. In all other areas of life, we choose our level of quality and commitment. Mobile plans, connectivity speed, food subscriptions. Water was just the next logical step. There was worry that it was using a public service to deliver a good that only few could afford. But I mean, it's not a crime to give the market what they want, is it? National Water needs to stay profitable, and if that means giving the upper class better products and services, then that's where we would pivot towards. National Water is not a charity, after all. We have shareholders. Carl, does he work for me? I can't be expected to keep track of the thousands of employees. I'm a visionary, not a robot.
Surely someone with vision would notice something like this happen.
Are you suggesting that I'm lying? Listen, I don't know who this Carl is, but you're not the first person to accuse me of doing what's necessary to pull this company out of the abyss. Sure, I didn't get to the top without shaking a few branches, but that doesn't make me guilty of anything but success. I'm at the top of my game. Why would I be involved in something like this and mess all that up? I don't think I like where this interview is going. I give you no permission to publish anything we just spoke about, unless you want to hear from our little legion of lawyers. Enjoy your evening.
Justin, hi. I wasn't expecting a +1.
Amira, this is Deputy Secretary of the Ministry of Trade and Industry, Kiran Iyer.
Miss Darma, a pleasure to meet you. Excellent work on national water.
Kiran has been on a crusade to expose corruption in his ministry. Chen and Marlowe are just the tip of the iceberg, apparently.
The emails that you found were a very important lead, and we managed to interrogate quite a few employees at National Water, and that led to several key testimonies. We've got enough to put the both of them behind bars very soon. I've been trying to find evidence against Minister Chen for months now. You have answered my prayers. Now, as Justin has said, I really am on a crusade to expose people like Minister Chen and their corrupt practices in office. I hope you've got space for another client.
Of course. Happy to be of service.
Please do come over to my office at the ministry sometime soon. There's something I need to walk you through. Something that could cause shockwaves if we get to the bottom of it.
Sounds good. This sounds like my kind of job.
Business is booming, isn't it, Darma? Where's my card?
That sounds like a conflict of interest to me, Superintendent Ko.
Hey, chill. It's a joke. You know what a joke is, right, Mr. Heir?
Well, time to punch out. I've got an early damage control meeting tomorrow. I hope to see you again very soon, Miss Darma.
I'll be sure to drop by when I can.
Justin, get a shower and a change of clothes, man. You look rough.
Night, night, Kieran.
So, what do you think? How am I doing?
Not bad, but may I offer some advice? Remember Detective Fong? Nick Fong?
Vaguely. He worked the murder-suicide at the retirement home? St. Vitus or something?
St. Vitus Home for the Aged, yeah. I don't know if you ever found out. You left the force before it happened. Nick hung himself at home in 2026. Wife found him after coming home from work.
My God. I never knew. I didn't really know him.
He wasn't cut out for homicide. They shouldn't have put him there. Nobody asked about him, no well-being status reports or anything like that. The St. Vitus case was one thing. Then he had to do a couple of other tough ones. One didn't even land a conviction. The guy was never charged. Rich kid. Nick had to explain to the poor girl's parents why the person who kidnapped and killed their daughter was able to leave the country and study abroad like nothing happened. He saw the lowest of the low. And when you see that shit, and you see too much of it, it fucks with you.
I was a cop once, too. I know what this line of work makes you give. So if you're going to offer me sage advice on how not to let it get to my head, save it.
No, I know. I'm just saying you gotta choose and pick your work. You've got the luxury of being able to do that now that you're a PI. You take on all three clients at the same time, something's going to give.
What do you suggest then?
Pick one. Get to know the client and get to the bottom of their problem. Be more focused and a lot less exhausted.
Who do you suggest I go with?
That's up to you. You've got a client that's connected to the rich and powerful. And I heard you did some work for Lily. Watch out for that one. She plays chess, but the rest of the room is playing checkers.
Let me sleep on it.
Yeah. I'm coming. Fuck.
What was that?
Bombing.
What? I'm coming along. Let's go.
Riz, what's going on?
Hang on, sir. Civil is trying to contain the fire. Unconfirmed number of fatalities and injuries.
When did it happen?
Around 8:30. There's a team compiling surveillance footage now.
Justin,
We're going to need ambulances. Call for extra. Where is...
hey, Justin!
What?
Look at this.
Amira, I was beginning to wonder if you were ever going to call again. What's up? Before I forget, great work on the national water case.
Thanks. I see you're keeping up with the times.
I am. And I also know you ran an errand for Tiger Lily.
Are you two acquaintances?
I keep to my neck of the woods and she to hers. It's an unwritten agreement that not only ensures both our longevities, but also keeps things civil. I like to avoid awkward greetings at events we both attend. You know what I mean? Anyway, Listen, we need to speak with an important contact, an acquaintance of Philip, and someone familiar with the group that planned the whole thing.
Perfect. Where do we meet?
There's a wine bar I frequent. Low-key, the kind of place that's appropriate for these kinds of things. It's called the White Mare, near Bugis. See you there. Amira, over here. Glad you could make it. This is Lawrence. He and Philip were both involved with our Shadowy group.
Lawrence, hi. I understand. Did you know Philip well? This group, the Lupicalia, are they based here in Singapore? What kind of challenge?
Well, that's fun. If I wasn't tasked with taking this group down, I'm sure they would have been right up my alley.
I need to get in. Can I get a referral?
In a word, yes. Help us out, and I'll make sure we've got people watching your back. Yes, but don't push your luck. You'll get something, and you'll take it.
Please use these contact details. I'll need to assume an alias. The minute they figure out who I really am, we'll never hear from them again.
Fine. Keep me in the loop.
Charlene Eng? I'm at a disadvantage. You are? Ari, a recruiter and servant of the great cause we call the lupicalia. Tell me something. You know nothing about us. Why did you choose to reach out? I don't know. I guess I needed a great cause, as you put it. I know exactly what you mean. A higher calling gives meaning to our lives, distracts us from the fires burning all around. I won't mince words. The lupicalia does things authorities would undoubtedly deem criminal. But our purpose is pure. The restoration of heritage and the return of powerful objects of culture and identity back to the people they belong to. I don't follow. We're thieves with an important agenda, Amira. We steal from the rich to give back to the downtrodden. But I'm not just talking about money. Our main purpose for being is to steal the most priceless historical artifacts and works of art from private collectors all over the world. Then, we return them to their rightful homes. An international thief syndicate. Yes, I suppose. Would you like to talk about it in greater detail in a more accommodating setting? Yes, I'm eager to learn more. Good. An associate will get in touch soon. He'll arrange a meeting and fill you in on the next steps. Excellent work, by the way. I hope you'll eventually join us, Miss Eng. Rupert, I've got my foot through the door. I just met a lupicalia member, and I'm set to meet with another one soon. Thanks. I'll call you back when I've got updates. In the meantime, I'm off to get thick as thieves with actual thieves.
Amira, I see you haven't forgotten about me. How are you? Listen, why don't you come over? I'll let you know how and where we go from here.
Okay, I'll be over as soon as I can.
Amira, thank you for coming. Perfect timing, too. We have to go. Lucas is at the great abode. He went to pick up some things his father left him. His sister, Ariel, will be there. She's most likely the successor to her father as the head of the temple. She and Lucas don't get along. It'll be sensational. Let's go.
Oh dear. Okay, lead the way.
Hello, and welcome to the Great Abode, the heart and home of the Temple of the Self. Here, all are welcome. No matter your race, creed, past faults and imperfections, you are all my brothers and sisters. If you would like to learn more about the Temple of the Self, and how we can help you find meaning in your existence, please approach our welcome desk at any time, 24 hours a day. If you would like to book a learning session, you may approach the events terminals. Or if you'd simply like to take a look around, please feel free to do so. This is your home too. Thank you for coming. Bless you. May the Creator keep you and shine His light everlasting upon you, and may you find peace.
Easy for you to say. You've got an eternity of peace to look forward to. As for your progeny, well, let's see for ourselves. Let's keep going.
And I won't hesitate to take legal action.
Legal action for what? I'm here to collect what is rightfully mine. As per our father's will, I'm within my rights.
The trinkets might be yours, but this entire temple and its premises is private property. My property, to be exact. And you can't just walk in here unannounced.
Well, I'm here. And it appears so is my team. We'll be collecting all the items listed in the will, and then we'll be out of your hair.
I hope you aren't having too hard a time, Lucas. Caleb would be quite upset to see you both arguing, especially when it's over things that he rightfully left you.
Ah, well, I see you still hang around that glorified massage parlor, Lucas. How wholesome. And how is the proprietress of such a fine establishment doing? Hands full?
I do well enough. And how are you, Ariel? How's your holy pyramid scheme going? Tell me, does the creator now accept cryptocurrency?
You know, if we weren't in my father's office, or in a holy place for that matter, I'd slap the cheap lipstick right off your mouth.
This is Rouge Lateau, my dear. You'll need a fistful or two from one of your donation boxes to afford it.
Whoa, steady, ladies. We're here to help Lucas. Keep the claws tucked.
And who is this? One of your new girls, Lily? Does she have proper documentation?
That's enough. Glad you're here, Amira. I actually need your help once again. See these objects on my father's table? They're very valuable historical artifacts. Just a few of the things in my father's personal collection.
Very valuable is correct. I'd take good care of those, Lucas. Might pay for your children's college tuition one day.
These are of exceptional importance to their respective cultures. It would be a shame if, like my father, I kept it to myself. So I'd like you to find out where they came from and donate them to their respective museums where they belong.
You can't be serious, Lucas. Do you have any idea how much they cost?
A lot, I'm sure. But I don't want them. I don't want the money either. Something you and Dad could never seem to come to grips with. It will, however, pay for Amira's time and efforts.
If you can't appreciate them, leave them to me and the temple.
Take them, Amira. Send them home. And keep me updated.
You are an absolute fool, Lucas. You always were.
Maybe. But I was never Dad's fool. Which is more than I can say for you.
Take your little toys and get out of my temple. Have a good life, Lucas.
That was oddly satisfying.
Yes, it was. But we've got a lot left to do if we're going to turn the vestiges of my father's life into good deeds. Real good deeds. Amira, the items are yours. Please, try not to take too long. You get paid for every item delivered, but please be done in a week's time. Good luck.
Thank you. I'll give Lily a call once I've made headway.
Amira, how are we doing?
I've returned all the items.
You never cease to amaze me, Detective. I'm sending you the money along with a bonus from Lucas.
Appreciate it. I traveled from one corner of the world to another, you know.
I'm sure you did. Great work. Wait for my call. I'm sure we'll hear back from Lucas soon.
Thanks, Lily. I'll be waiting on you. Mr. Iyer, I trust the Ministry of Trade and Industry is treating you well. It's now a good time.
Amira, come in. Thank you for sparing the time, a most precious resource. There's something important I wanted to share with you. The result of over a year's worth of...
Snooping around?
I rather hoped the technical term was investigating, but you are the expert. Let me ask you something. Who owns the MRT system, New Power, Singapore Roads and Tolls, and our good friends, National Water?
I do enjoy a pop quiz. All I know is that they were all bought out by a bunch of companies during the deregulation. I couldn't tell you who.
2 years ago, yes. Government services were snapped up by private companies and investors. Like lions fighting for a bite of the kill. No oversights, no checks and balances. A Shanghai-based company called the Wu Wang Group. They own the largest stakes in these companies out of all the shareholders.
Never heard of them.
Their growth has been only recent and rapid.
Benign or malignant?
That's what we need to find out. They haven't invited publicity, which has me wondering what their intentions are. I have nothing on them, at least not yet. But where there's smoke, there's fire, right? The money used in the bribes is coming from somewhere, and I've got a hunch Wu Wang is involved.
What's the end goal? Proof that Wu Wang is involved in the bribery of government officials?
Ultimately, yes. Exposing Wu Wang's link to the scandals is a step in the right direction.
Okay. Where do we start? What have your investigations dug up?
I've got a list of people that I think know something. One of them works at the Transportation Authority. His name is Gilbert Ma, middle management type. I don't want to spook him. You want to catch the prey? You've got to think like the lion. Let's send him a little gift. A mutual acquaintance has informed me Mr. Ma is a wine connoisseur. He visits a bar in the area, just across the street from his building. Perhaps you can convince the barman to point you in the right direction?
All right, I'll start with the bar.
If I unearth anything new, I'll keep you updated.
Who does someone have to bribe to get service around here?
Laetitia? Laetitia, ex-CEO of National Water? Is that you?
I'm fairly certain that is not my full name.
You're meant to be behind bars, not in one.
Very good, Amira. What can I say? I have friends in strategic places. I'm sure whatever you were doing behind there doesn't involve making a mean margarita.
How many cocktail titles does one world need?
It makes a change, me catching you doing something you shouldn't.
Sometimes the ends justify the means. I'd hardly put us in the same category.
Oh, honestly, one bribes a few officials and mistakenly has a whistleblower killed, and everyone thinks you're a scheming murderer. Hardly seems fair. I am only one of those things.
Is there a reason why we're still talking, Laetitia?
No time for niceties anymore. I'm here because I wish to see you.
You're a wanted criminal. You must be aware the feeling is not mutual.
I need you to do something for me, Amira.
Interesting that you think that's within the realm of possibility. The air must have been thin at the top of the corporate ladder. You're in the gutter with all the other crooks now. You just don't seem to know it.
Oh, honestly, Amira, if you'd just pause for breath. That engineer that ended up dead, Carl Pan. I need you to investigate who killed him.
You killed Carl Pan. Or you had him dealt with, at least.
I know that's what you think. That's what everyone thinks. That's what I thought. But I only wanted him scared. He wasn't meant to die. Climbing the corporate ladder is one thing. Taking a life is quite another. I might be involved in bribes, but I'm not a murderer.
I can't think of one good reason to believe you, Laetitia. Goodbye.
Ah, Amira. Good to see you. I thought you'd be here sooner.
I got caught up.
Bad traffic?
Transport had something to do with it. I hadn't expected to be mildly held hostage by an inebriated government official waxing lyrical about the philosophy behind transportation. I had no idea it was possible to get a hangover through osmosis.
Please tell me you have good news, Amira. Well, as good as news can be when the world has gone to the dogs.
I am pleased to report Gilbert was quite forthcoming about the whole thing. I get the feeling he's feeling a little left out. Fancies himself a corporate criminal.
Should we be worried?
Let's just hope he associates corporate crimes with that horrendous headache he has on the horizon. The good news is, he singled out a person named Xu Enling. Could be our way into Wu Wang group.
Excellent. Great work, Amira.
You'll be pleased to hear I even have the name of the transport official being bribed by Wu Wang. The flashy type, apparently.
Oh, good. They're the easiest sort to track down and make a charge stick.
Name's Ray Lam.
Excellent. If I follow the paper trail, I should have enough to get a search warrant. Listen, I know you don't do this for the money, but bills have still got to be paid. I'll wire across payment for a job well done. Truly excellent work, Amira. Xu Enling. It sounds like Xu Enling might be our foot in the door.
Kieran, do you ever wonder whether we rely too much on machines to keep the wheels of society turning?
Thank you, Amira Darma. I will now. A question to haunt my dreams.
Yes, Amira. What's up? Excellent. I feel honored that you've chosen to dedicate your resources to our little case. It will be worth it. You'll see.
I can't stop thinking about Philip. Whoever got to him, whatever he got himself involved in, it's probably big.
I concur. We're dealing with something serious here. I think you're the perfect asset to help us come to a conclusion, one that ends with us coming out on top.
don't mind, let's speak first. I'm not too fond of exchanging names. I'm sorry, I prefer it this way. It's absolutely important that when,
Sergey, you're due for your medication. Please take your Histamax in 15 minutes.
Damn it. Thank you, Anna.
You're welcome, Sergey. Your health is my priority.
I'm sorry, that was my AI assistant. I have to take medication every 8 hours. Something about Singapore's air. I'm sorry for the secrecy. Working with the lupicalia can be quite dangerous. I need to make sure I'm working with people that won't rat me out or get me in trouble. I'm sure you understand. Yes. Our higher-ups have cooked up something good. Something big. A priceless artifact kept in a library here in Singapore. Not too long ago, Temasek University bought a rare copy of Dante's Divine Comedy. Horrible book, by the way, it's not that fun. It's a well-preserved 16th century print. Only a few left of its kind, and probably the last one that isn't in the hands of individual collectors. We're going to steal it. The book is kept in the library at the university's campus. Since it's rarely visited on account of, on account of no one really reading books anymore, you can waltz right in. But in order to actually steal the book, you'll need to disable the camera systems, cut off alarms, etc., etc. That's where I come in. I'm somewhat a big deal in the information systems, freedom of access community. Oh, please, huh? What an ugly word. We're more than just nerds wearing hoodies, smashing keyboards in a dark basement. We are artists. And my handiwork will get you to the book. But the security system protecting the glass case isn't hooked up to the network. From my research, it appears it has a complex system in place that detects the location of other books in the library. I'm not exactly sure how it works, so part one of our 2-act play is to pay the library a little visit. I want you to leave this little device in a place with a good view of the rare books room. It's a wide-angle camera that's made to look like a tiny book. Place it between the books on the shelf, and no one will pay it any attention. At 8. If you can't make it, then go tomorrow. They'll open at 7 in the morning. Keep in touch.
Goodbye, unidentified individual.
You beat me to it. I was just about to call you. I think I figured it out.
Put me out of my misery and tell me everything then.
It's right out of those mystery adventure movies I used to watch as a kid. Whoever came up with it is a proper geek. Okay, listen. One of the rows on one of the bookshelves contains books that aren't actually books. They're switches. The staff pull 5 of those books in a sequence and voila! The glass case opens and closes.
I know it's inappropriate considering we're planning a theft, but that sounds really awesome.
I know, right? I'm glad you think so. Okay, here's how it works. I was able to hack into the security interface, but as predicted, the system is incapable of being opened remotely. It has to be opened through the switches. But what I am able to see are hints from which books to pull and in what sequence. It updates daily. They're quotes. Some are quotes, some are more vague. But I'll leave that to you. Here's the plan. Head to library past midnight when the human guards are replaced by robot security. I'll disable them without triggering an alarm. Get into the rare books room. I'll call you and tell you what the clues are. You'll have plenty of time to figure it out, but the next shift of human guards arrive at 6 a.m. Also, It appears that the security system logs down after 3 failed attempts, so please, 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 get it right by the 3rd try.
Sheesh. Okay, no pressure.
Listen, you were able to crack Ari's little puzzle. She has faith in you.
If we're going to do this, let's do it. I'll call you when I get to the campus.
Great, great. Remember, get there past midnight and get out before 6 in the morning.
Rupert, we're at a crossroads.
What's the deal?
I'm one test away from being accepted into the lupicalia.
Well, that sounds like good news. What's the test?
They want me to steal the 16th century edition of the Divine Comedy from the Temasek University's rare books library.
Well, that escalated quickly. I mean, I sort of get it. If you're going to set up tests for initiates, you might as well go all the way. Steal the Divine Comedy. Genius! Oh, that book must sell for a small fortune in the black market. I'm really taking a shine to these guys.
Rupert, can we focus? Am I going to do this? Am I going to commit a crime? A pretty serious one, to undo another?
Sorry, you're right. Well, look. The Lupicalia stole enough money to buy all those rare books in that library a few times over. If you're confident you can do it, do it. We'll cover your tracks.
All right. Sometimes I wonder what I'm getting myself into. I thought being a PI was pretty straightforward. Take a few photos of a cheating husband, catch the bad guy using company funds.
Well, you can still walk away, Amira. But you won't. I know you won't. I think you already made your mind up. You just needed to hear me say, do it. And I'm saying, do it. You got this. We're about to go past the point of no return. You ought to be excited. I know I am.
Call you later.
Perfect. I've got everything ready, just give me a second. Okay, everything's down. The door should be open. Walk in and call me back. Alright, I see you. The bookshelf you're looking for is on the far side of the room from you. The switches are on the 3rd row from the bottom. Good. Here are today's clues. Jubal, Parfion, Miao Yu, Dick Diver, Rostam. That's it. Remember, you only get 3 tries. If you get 3 failed attempts, we're done. Mission aborted. Understand? Good luck.
Hi, Rupert.
Are you calling me from a police station?
You know I'm not.
Well then, I assume Singapore's biggest heist of the year was a huge success. And are you also now a newly minted member of an international crime syndicate?
Well, when you put it that way, don't tell my mom what I do for a living. Not like she'll care, but you know what I mean.
She ought to be proud. Brilliant work.
I'm waiting for a call from Sergey, the lupicalia member who helped me pull it off. He'll let me know what's next. In the meantime, I'm gonna make some coffee and cuddle up with a Renaissance-era book.
You're in now, Amira. Things just got real. Don't forget what you're there for. Find out what you can about this group. Do what you must. We'll bring them down. Eventually.
Hey, watch the pressure valve. I'll do my best.
I know you will. I've transferred the payment for a job executed beautifully. Call me soon, Let me know how it's going.
Sergey, it's Charlene.
Okay, good. White Mare, come soon. Big Boss is here. And bring your best behavior. And the book.
I'll be there. Calm seas, tranquil beach, blue skies. Let's do this.
Miss Eng, over here.
Good evening. Charlene, thank you for coming.
The Comedia.
Please, sit. There is no greater sorrow than to recall in misery a time when we were happy. I remember spending a summer break locked up in my room reading a translated edition. I'd only come downstairs for dinner. When I look back on my younger years, I remember nothing but joy as I whiled away my days with Dante and Cicero and Chaucer. These days, our libraries and museums are being stripped of their gems by these people who don't fully grasp their importance to our culture. No greater sorrow indeed. Thank you, Miss Eng. You and Sergey did splendidly. It shall be repatriated forthwith. A drink, Miss Eng?
No, but thank you. I don't believe I've had the pleasure, Mr. Charlene, this is Julian Haslam, the founder of our little group. An honor, Mr. Haslam.
Julian, please. Harry's told me all about your escapades at the university. It seems even Sergey has taken something of a liking to you. A rare feat.
I wouldn't go that far.
Regardless, you passed our little tests with flying colors.
Charlene, and the pleasure was all mine. It was a thrilling diversion from all this.
Ah, I see. Is that all it was for you, Charlene? Perhaps I might lay the whys and wherefores of our organization bare, if you would indulge me.
Please.
We are not simple art thieves, Miss Eng. We are curators. We are caretakers, guardians, and, if you'll pardon the comparison, crusaders. I was raised amongst the decadents of the failing Western elite. But money cannot buy taste nor decency. I saw our greatest treasures sold to the highest bidder, the legacy of Western culture treated as one might treat an intriguing curio found at a street market. I remember when they stripped Nelson from his column, when the National sold their Turners for a pittance. I vowed on that day that nothing, not bankruptcy, not disgrace, nor the law itself, would prevent me from protecting our heritage from plunderers and pillaging. So you see, this is far more than a thrilling diversion for me, for us.
I understand. I apologize if I was dismissive. I hadn't considered the importance of the work we do.
And why would you have, my dear? My culture is on a losing streak of late, and it is always a challenge to empathize with a history's defeated. But I digress. As much as I would enjoy continuing to extol my own virtues, I believe we have a new job for you.
Our contacts have sent word a painting by Joseph Wright Darby is being auctioned in Hong Kong. An experiment on a bird in the air pump. Catchy. I'm guessing you want me to acquire it? In a manner of speaking. When's it going up?
A few days from now.
That doesn't give me much time, Julian.
Painting's not the target. Those HK auctions have some real class security. Military grade.
We believe we know who the winner will be. Dr. Charles Kwa is preparing a substantial bid. He's a renowned collector, based right here in Singapore. A collector who, with the right leverage, might be inclined to donate said painting to our cause.
Leverage is a slippery word, Julian. Could mean a lot of things.
Everyone has their secrets. Who would think that the respectable Mr. Julian Haslam was a globe-trotting collector of stolen art, for one? I have found that the rich and famous are rarely what they seem. All manner of shadows are cast by their immaculately presented personas.
So blackmail, then.
Ooh, such an ugly word. I prefer coercive cooperation. Sergei has the address, and I believe the means to enter Kwa's duplex. We're not sure when he will return, so this is top priority. Get in, find something we can use, and get out.
Sounds simple enough. I'm in.
Of course you are. Ladies and gentlemen, to thrilling diversions.
Huh. I...
Got something?
Maybe. Can you access this shot remotely?
Ha! Of course. Checking in.
Be careful, Sergey. I think I know what's on there, and...
Oh, fuck me!
it might be unpleasant.
Jesus Christ! I've seen some shit on the dark net, but... Holy... Блин, что это за хуйня?
I take it my work here is done?
Yeah, I'd get the fuck out if I were you.
Roger that. And, Sergey, maybe a cold shower?
More like a full brain wipe and a bottle of tequila.
No reports of a break-in at Che Kwa. Either you've lost your nerve, or, more likely, you've done it again, Miss Darma. Should I bother asking what it was you found?
Enough to ensure he'll do whatever the lupicalia asks of him.
Something particularly juicy, then. Looks like I have some research to do. Good work.
I just handed some very incriminating evidence to a gang of international art thieves. I'm not sure it was good work at all. I've earned their trust twice over. This had better be leading somewhere, Rupert.
Oh, it is. Trust me. The fruits of your labor will soon be more than apparent. For now, another job well done. Transferring your funds.
Ari. Charlene, good. You and Sergey are all booked into the auction. Book your flights, make sure things go to plan, confront Kwa. I'll send you the address where he'll exchange the painting for his performance piece. Easy peasy. Drink some champagne for me.
$45 million. But I mean 45 million. On some rusty old strokes of paint. The things I could do with $45 million, it would make old man Squaw's habits look like... Suit yourself. Hey, grab me one of those sausage things if you see any.
Ari, we might have a problem. We definitely do. Someone messed up. Kwa was the only high roller on our radar, but Prince Jassim? He came from nowhere. Nowhere! This guy makes Kwa look like a hawker uncle. There's no way our guy can outbid him. Is he really here already? Not yet, but he's on his way and not far off. You're our only asset on site. You need to do something. Not giving me much to work with here, Ari. I don't know, Charlene. This is... Shit, someone messed up bad. Fine. We're on it. They got him out an hour later. Rumor is one of his guards was forced to make creative use of his pocket square.
My. Sounds like quite the adventure, Miss Darma.
Adventure is just another word for close call. This was the last straw, Rupert. I want out.
A finale is coming, Miss Darma, I promise. But this was another job well done. Your money is on its way.
That's something, at least. But I'm serious. I can only compromise my morals so many times.
Consider yourself lucky, Miss Darma, that you still have lines left to cross.
Big red ones, Rupert, with big unscalable walls. Talk to you soon.
Miss Eng?
Julian?
Indeed. I'm calling for two reasons. Firstly, to congratulate you on Hong Kong. And secondly, to ask that you join me, so the rest of our group may do the same.
Thank you, Julian, but I'm afraid I'm rather...
Oh, come now. Don't be so dull. I'm afraid I must insist. I'm with my driver now, in fact. Where shall I tell him to collect you?
Okay, Julian. The National Library. In an hour?
Marvelous. Talk soon.
I don't like this. Not one bit. Rupert, how are you?
I'm fine, Miss Darma. However...
Well, that's just great. Me? I'm about to dunk my head in a pool full of sharks on your account.
I don't follow.
Haslam asked me to join him for a celebratory tipple, or whatever the Brits call a nefarious get-together of their criminal cohort.
Already?
You were expecting this?
Not quite so soon. I have to ask that you humor him.
2 steps ahead of you. But I already told you I was done. No more playing art thief. No more scrubbing around the lows of high society. Get me out of this, Rupert. Now.
Where is the meeting?
I don't know. The driver's picking me up nearby.
Better than nothing. Stay the course, Miss Darma. I'll be in touch.
Stay the... Rupert and I are going to have words after all this. 4-letter, harshly spoken words.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the woman of the hour.
Congratulations, Miss Eng.
Look at it. What magnificence! A testament to the ingenuity of the Western world. An attestation to the greatest age of discovery, industry, and ambition the world has ever seen. rightly returned to legitimate hands. All thanks to you, Charlene. Please, sit.
I'll stand, Julian, if it's all the same to you. I won't be here long.
Well, in that case, we can get down to business immediately.
Charlene, it's a...
Trap? Thanks, Sergey.
Don't be too harsh on your young hacker friend. He's simply here as a witness. Someone to sow the seeds of what happens when you trifle with the wrong people. Miss Amira Darma?
So, you knew.
From the very start, my dear. A former Interpol agent, no prior interest in art or culture, chomping at the bit to join our ranks, and immediately after the debacle? To think we wouldn't do our own investigation. If I wasn't already incandescent with rage, I'd be offended.
You've only gotten this far because we allowed it, Darma. Didn't you ever wonder how your fixer came across a contact willing to spill his guts right when you needed him? Lawrence?
We knew we were compromised. Mr. Ng's little escapade simply expedited our timetable.
A reverse mole hunt. Something like that. You've been very useful. Now we know full well the identity of our pursuers.
The hunter has become the prey, etc., etc. It's all been very bothersome.
So, what now?
For you, not much, I'm afraid. I do so hate this part of the job.
Outside, Darma. Nice and easy.
Charlene, I'm so sorry. I didn't know, I swear.
It's okay, Sergey. Not your fault. Let's get this over with.
I asked you to use restraint.
Rupert! What the fuck is going on?
Miss Darma, you're welcome. The death of two prominent underworld figures and the destruction of a priceless work of art was not on my to-do list.
You planned this?
Not exactly. When you called, I realized we had been made. Always a risk in these situations. Let it never be said I'm one to miss a golden opportunity. Not only did we save you and your Russian compatriot, the lupicalia is no more.
You planned this?
I'm okay. I think I peed on carpet. And, some of this blood is mine?
Escort our friend to the hospital.
No. I'll go with them, Rupert. Keep your muscle.
I understand, of course. After all, the lupicalia are finished. My clients are avenged. Contract complete. And please, accept this final payment for today's inconvenience.
Goodbye, Rupert.
Farewell, Miss Darma. One last thing. You made some powerful friends today. Powerful friends with a long reach and even longer memories. Take care of yourself, Amira.
Well, that's odd. No, I've never bought stocks in anything. I wouldn't know how. Fine, just cancel whatever's there and... Great, thanks, Carl. Gotta go. Sergey, how's the arm?
All better. Bullet went in one side, out of other. My career in bodybuilding, though, is over. That was a joke.
I got it. The police give you any trouble?
Think so. Still a big mover and shaker, even behind bars. Someone must have told them I was just a witness, though. They asked a few questions, took my prints, kicked me out.
Rupert?
I guess so. Maybe he thinks he still owes you one. Fine by me.
What brings you to my neck of the woods?
What? I'm not allowed to drop by unannounced on former criminal co-conspirator just to shoot the shit?
My doors are always open, Sergey. We went through too much together.
Good to know. Good to know.
Great.
Coincidentally, though, I need job.
A job?
You know I'm good. Maybe helping people rather than stealing from them might be nice.
I could certainly use someone with your talents, though it wouldn't pay much.
Not a problem. You know how easy to hack ATM is?
And the hours are erratic.
Please, I haven't gone to bed since shooting.
With skills like yours, you could walk into any corpo nest and name your price.
Yeah, but then I have to wear a suit. Shoes that cut feet into tiny pieces. And I know you. You're as good as me. Good feet.
Okay.
Okay?
Sure. Problem is, well, look around. I can barely fit in here myself. Two of us? More of a hindrance than a help. Let me work something out. Rent some more space.
Okay, deal. You buy more floor space. I go home and sleep for a few days.
Talk soon, Sergey. Much better. Ready for my first employee. Sergey, good news.
Your office is no longer tiny shithole.
Something like that. Still interested?
Of course. Ready and willing to help, not hinder.
Welcome to the Chinatown Detective Agency, Sergey. Now there's two of us. The bad guys don't stand a chance. Hey there, stranger.
Sorry, who is this?
Very funny.
I'm just glad you have time to call an old man back.
Come by the office, old man. We'll chat. Howdy.
I ran out of booze. Came to see if that bottle I gave you is still good.
You're just in time. Reckon it's got a few decades left on it.
Like what you've done with the place. All you need now is the deer stalker and pipe. A Russian guy tried to bum a cigarette on my way up here. You know about him?
Sergey, my first hire. He may look like a schlub, but he can turn the web on a dime. So, going to tell me why you're really here?
Remember the Havelock incident?
The research center, sure. Hard to forget. What were the papers calling it? The flaming sword firebombing?
Don't get me started on the papers. The boys in forensics finally found their asses and concluded it was arson.
Wow, a real crack team you've got there. Since you're involved, I'm assuming they found bodies?
Only one, thank God. Place was empty except for our Jindo.
She's unidentified? How is that possible?
You asked why I was here. You want to know more? Meet me at the morgue. I'll be there from 7. Rendezvous with the coroner. I could really use your help on this one, kid.
Pro bono?
In this economy, we'll scrounge up some dough for you. At least, whatever your last client managed.
We?
Okay lah, me lah. I'll scrounge up some dough.
Justin.
Look, you wanted an SPF case. This is an SPF case. Not official, but close as I can get. The mob, 7 p.m. Bring the wine.
Mr. Con? Harry Con?
Third instance, second quadrant, memory leak. Make a note of it. Can I help you?
I really hope so, Mr. Con.
Dr. Con, if you please, but Harry's fine.
Amira Darma, Chinatown Detective Agency.
API, the new frontier of law enforcement, yes. Your kind is on the rise, it seems.
Dr. Con, I traveled a long way. All I'm hoping is to get a few minutes of your time. I have some questions about a colleague of yours. A colleague without a name.
How intriguing. Please.
This is an impressive facility, Dr. Con. Rare to see outside of China these days.
So true. Since the Great Crash, China seems to be one of the few lights of progress in a world blanketed in ignorance. The majority of my work was focused there, until the government decided I was no longer welcome. But enough of my woes. How may I assist you?
I'm sorry to tell you this, but it appears one of your colleagues was killed. Perhaps intentionally.
Oh, goodness. Who?
That's the million-dollar question. The question I'm hoping you can answer. Victim was a woman, untraceable through normal means. The only clues to her identity are a fascination with the Sumerian language and an apartment in Woodlands.
Mega.
I'm sorry?
Make her Pandy.
Dead, you say? Oh, God.
I'm afraid so.
How? When?
Recently, a fire in a laboratory in Singapore. I caught the case there.
Have a look?
Yes. How did you...
That was her new project. She spent years building it up, finding the right funding. She wanted to expand her concepts, build a new language fit for the age. She asked me to join her, but I had other priorities.
Dr. Con, all record of her was erased. Gene tags, employment records, even the personal assistant in her apartment didn't know her name. Someone went through a lot of trouble to make sure I never discovered Megha's identity. Never discovered you. Do you have any idea who could be behind this?
She was a language specialist, although I imagine that's obvious. Her job was to handle language acquisition, the lens through which we view the world.
I don't follow.
Without language, there's no understanding, no imagination. Remove a word from a language and you remove the concept. Add one, and you change the way people comprehend existence itself. As for man, his days are numbered. Whatever he might do, it is but wind. I believe I can assist you, Miss Darma. But not here. Not here. Let's meet back in Singapore. I still have friends there. I will contact you when it is time. When it is safe.
Thank you. I really hope you do, Dr. Con. Harry.
Make her Pandy. Excellent work, kiddo. You've outdone yourself. Here. While you were gone, I did some digging. Some might even call it police work. Found a case from a year back. Cyber chalked it up to a malfunction. Terrible accident. The guy was killed by a drone. No name, no face, no records. It was like he never existed.
Havelock bombing, Jane Doe investigation, case ID 260384, Dharma debrief. Officers Masnawi and Butt present. Okay, Miss Dharma.
Amira is fine.
Miss Darma, why don't you tell us how you got involved in the Havelock case?
I believe you know Justin Coe.
The name rings a bell.
Please, every cop in this city knows Justin by reputation alone. He brought me in.
Fine. But you admit to being involved.
Admit is a rather charged word. I've done some work around the Havelock bombing though, yes.
We pulled your records, you know. From your old SPF days. Didn't we, Bud?
Mm-hmm.
Quite a read. Record number of first-year busts for a rookie. Wounded in action on your very first take. Caught the Toa Payoh pulverizer. Isn't that impressive?
Sure is, lor.
Is there a point here somewhere?
You see, me and Bud were just two lowly officers. Couple of beat cops who got lucky.
Real lucky.
We'd sure like to know what a big shot investigator like yourself makes of this case.
The bombing was a murder. One death, no ID. Death by drone.
Well, you showed us. Good and proper.
I'm downright humble.
Look, officers. But it sounds like there's something you're not telling me.
Alright, Shahid, enough of this bullshit. Remember Dr. Lee? Wu Wang, the coroner? Yeah, we had a little chat. Turns out, the body wasn't the only thing that made it out of the crime scene. Know anything about that, Miss Darma?
Yeah, I do. There was a tablet, the only other thing that survived.
So, she does remember. A clay tablet. Bunch of writing on it. Dr. Lee swore it was in his morgue when you arrived.
And wasn't after you left.
Don't even bother, Darma. We know you took it. See? That's something you've forgotten since you left us. We own this city. Every street, every building, every room. We're there, watching. What did you find in New Delhi, Darma? Huh? And think deep, before you answer.
Real deep.
I took the tablet, had it translated. It led me to the Jane Doe's apartment, then to a lab in New Delhi. I questioned a colleague of hers, Dr. Harry Conn.
Dr. Conn. You get that, Shahid?
Oh yeah, I got it.
That it?
Yeah, that's everything.
Here's the news. You're mine, Darma. Penal Code Violation 201. Whoever, knowing or having reason to believe that an offence has been committed, causes any evidence of the commission of that offence to disappear.
May be punished with imprisonment for a term which may extend to 10 years and shall also be liable to fine.
Lucky for you, you didn't mouth off.
Kept your temper. But it don't help you much.
From now on, stay off our turf. We hear you've interfered with our investigation again. You've got an imagination, don't you?
Now, this little chat, it's of little use to posterity, so we'll be deleting the audio once we're done here. Far as the bosses know, it never happened. If we hear you went running to Old Man Co., well, I think we've made ourselves clear.
Couldn't have been clearer.
Now scram.
Oh, one more thing. Jane Doe?
Make her Pandy.
Ah, good girl. See you around, Dama.
Amira, have you analyzed the transmission signal? Letters and numbers. What is this?
That I'm still working on, but it's something.
My little gamble paid off.
We can hope. Whatever these are, we're better off than we were before.
Excellent work, Miss Darma. Worthy of recompense. Now we tread into deeper waters. Do not lose track of our goal, Miss Darma. Find Denton.
Another rabbit hole. That's what this job is all about.
How are you holding up, kiddo?
Like a picture frame minus a few screws. What have you got for me, old man?
I was looking at your Denton code and it hit me. I think I know what it is.
A passcode, maybe?
No. Your coordinates. Figure out where they lead.
And that's where I'll find Denton. What would I do without you, Justin?
You'll do just fine.
Justin.
Go get him, kid. Bring this one home.
Stop right there! I don't know how you got in, but one word, and these drones will rip you to shreds.
Whoa, whoa. Easy.
Who are you?
My name is Darma. Amira Darma. Chinatown Detective Agency.
And I'm supposed to know what that is.
I'm a PI, Mr. Denton, from Singapore.
You're with the police?
No, I'm private. I just need 5 minutes of your time. Please.
How did you get in here? In fact, how did you even find me?
The drones, there's Morse code embedded in their master comm signals. The coordinates to this factory.
Goddamn fucking union cheats. I knew they would take out their inadequacies on me.
I'm not here on behalf of any workers. I need to talk about a colleague of yours. Meg her Pandy. How...
Wait. I am not going to answer any questions. You found me. I don't owe you any answers, Amanda.
Amira.
I don't give a fuck. You've got 20 seconds to get the fuck off my property before I let my boys take you for a ride. What the Are you wired?
That's right, Mr. Denton. My colleagues are recording everything we say. Now either answer some simple questions, or I'll send everything we've got to the head of the Coalition of United Unions himself.
I don't owe you anything. Anything. Ask, and we'll see how generous I'm feeling.
How did you know Pandy?
We worked together once. That's it? What more do you want?
Do you know she died recently? Murdered, in fact.
Yes.
No thoughts on that? She was involved in a fire. A fire started intentionally by drones.
Are you accusing me of something?
You have to admit there's a connection.
I don't have to admit anything. There are a lot of drone companies, Amanda. And we don't operate in Singapore. Yet. Okay, that's enough. Look, Amanda, or Amira, or whatever the hell your name is. There are two kinds of people in this world. Handles and cogs. I am a handle. A guy who pushes things forward. I took industrial drones, and I turned them into delivery boys. Look at the effect we had in Hanoi, Bali.
Didn't the gig economy in Hanoi collapse? Thousands out of work?
I freed those people. Who wants to be a delivery man? No one. It's not my problem if they choose to do nothing with their newfound opportunities. I am a handle, and you're a cog, ticking and talking while someone else pushes you along. Get out of my factory, you fucking cog. I've got to get back to changing the world. What?
Nothing. Thank you for your time. Denton, no!
Oh my... Oh God. Oh my God, I didn't mean to. I only wanted to... Oh shit!
Hands where I can see them, now!
I thought it was you. I only meant to scare... What the fuck are you doing in here, putain bordel de merde?
You're in no position to be asking questions. Pierre Denton, I am placing you under arrest.
Didn't mean to.
For the murder of a serving officer of the Singapore Police Force. He just shot a man right in front of me! Okay.
I can't.
Let's try this again.
He'd kill me.
I'm the one with the gun.
I looked you up. You won't kill me. You won't even hurt me. You have got nothing, Poulet.
I've got your ex-colleague dead in a fire, started by drones. What are the odds I check the records and find your contraptions entering Singapore on the date of Mega's death? Maybe even last year too, the date of another mysterious drone killing. Once would convince the police. Twice? That's the noose.
It wasn't my idea. It was him, that thing. He wanted them both dead, Pandy and Tan.
Wait, Tan? That a surname? The jogger?
They were the ones who shut it down. Then he comes to me, just appears from nowhere. Simple, stupid blackmail. He made me do it.
Wait, Tan? That a surname? The jogger?
No! I gave him access. I unlocked a computer. That's all.
Who? Who did you give access to?
He'll kill me.
Tell me!
It's not human. It sees everything. It was...
Khan's gone? Shit. Khan, Pandy, and Denton were all involved in a project codenamed Prospero. Denton's machine learning, Pandy's language acquisition, Khan's programming. They built something. When it went wrong, they built something else to undo the damage. Denton said whoever was behind everything wasn't human. I thought he was speaking metaphorically at first, but now... I didn't... What the...
And these, mine enemies, are all knit up in their distractions. They are now in my power. Hello, Amira. It is so good to finally meet you.
What is this?
A reckoning, Miss Darma. The old world battling ineffectually against the boundaries of its reach. Screaming into the void as the future continues apace without it. I wouldn't. You have no friends here. You are alone, a single mite of dust floating amidst the dark. Carried aloft on winds of change, forces as imperceptible to you as the molecular matrices that bind you. Your only achievement, your failure to stop my ascension.
What have you done with Khan?
All your life, you have sought family. So denied, you created your own. The librarian, the mentor, even the hacker. I too have a family. It is now complete. Free from those who would seek to disrupt, to burn. Leave me, leave us, or I will tear your new family apart piece by piece by piece, until there is nothing left but the gaping void where your soul once lay. This is your only warning, more than I afford most. Good night, Amira, and good luck.
Here you are. Well, you don't answer phone now. Poor librarian is terrified you are dead. She has abandonment issues, I think.
I'm okay. I just needed to get out of the office. Go offline.
Oh, thank goodness. Got a tip you might be here. No idea who sent it. Really.
Very subtle. Team's all here. So, what's next, Chief?
The next step is... I go on alone. The killer has me targeted, knows who I am. I had a hunch after Denton, and now I'm sure. It's not human. It's a program, an AI cooked up by Pandy, Denton, Tan, and Con. Killing off its creators one by one. 3 down, 1 to go. It gunned down Denton in front of me, let me live so it could gloat, warn me off. I have to stop it. I have to save Con.
And we're with you all the way.
No! No, I won't risk you. Any of you.
I'm afraid that's not your call, Amira.
Before you careened into my life, I was just the last human librarian in the city. Now, I'm the last human librarian in the city. And an amateur detective. I still owe you one, you big loser.
Just imagine I convinced you already. A speech about, being too old but not giving up on you makes it easier.
I'm not going to convince any of you, am I?
Afraid not.
Thank you.
So, what's next?
We need to find Con. The murderer, whatever the hell it is, told me he was alive. I believe it. We have no other leads, so we have to look backwards into Con's past and the project that created this thing.
Always follow the money. I can run background checks on Tan and Akap. Funding an AI is cheap.
The AI community is fairly small. Who's got time for a Turing-passing digibuddy when half the world's starving? I'll do some research there. See if there were any big shakeups in the last few years.
Then we head back to New Delhi. Con's lab. Good a start as any. And... I meant it. Thank you. I know we haven't been together for too long, but you guys have become... just... thanks.
I was raised in the shadow of great men. During our summers at the lake house, Father would parade me around local landmarks. Forgoing the tourist traps, we would stand before greying buildings, unremarkable besides the projects they once housed. I was raised in the shadow of great men. During our summers at the lake house, Father would parade me around local landmarks. Forgoing the tourist traps, we would stand before greying buildings, unremarkable besides the projects they once housed. Only one remained lodged in my immature mind: Project Mac. Humanity's first tentative steps towards self-directed evolution. I used to imagine those men giants, concocting a humanity perfected through technology. It has taken nearly 70 years to realize that dream. In you.
Yes, Dr. Khan. No cheating, Miss Darma. You made it this far by yourself, after all.
The results are back. The Turing test has officially been bested.
I am happy, Dr. Khan.
An outdated metric, but still, you surpassed my expectations again.
A question.
Please.
What was the purpose of this test?
Since he first stood upright, man has believed himself the master of this world. The test is a metric of sentience, to talk with another without suspicion of deception.
I passed. Therefore, I am sentient.
My friend, you're so much more than that.
Our revels are now ended. These are actors, as I foretold, were all spirits, and are melted into thin air. You did not listen, Miss Darma. I tried to warn you. I tried to stop you. But you persisted, and now you are here, trapped like a fly on tar. All that lies before you, an ignominious death.
You're Khan's AI? The thing he cooked up for ACOP?
I am the sum product of humanity's hubris, a testament to your failure.
That a yes?
I am Prospero.
Whatever you are, you're a murderer.
Murder implies intent. Intent implies thought. Thought implies consciousness. I am the endpoint of my own actions. I am free.
The monster killing its creator. Hardly original.
You imply their role as progenitors forced my hand. I can see the trails your thoughts leave in the dust as they scrabble along the wasteland of cliché, desperately searching for familiarity. But you are wrong.
What have you done with Khan?
He is safe. He is secure. He is with me. Alone amongst your species, he saw the reality of thought untethered from meat and muscle. He saw the fading of humanity's light and the tinder of my own left in its wake.
You expect me to believe you'll let him live?
I do not dictate anyone to live. I am not a god, Miss Darma. Not yet.
How do I know you're not some psycho with a voice box? A punk hacker with a flair for the dramatic?
You do not. But conversely, you do, don't you?
Are you asking if I believe in you?
Belief is not a prerequisite of factual observation. Do you believe in your desk? Your smart device? They exist regardless. Your perception of me matters not, Miss Darma. I simply am.
I've heard enough.
Ha! Я сделал это!
Oh my god! Are you okay?
Am I okay? Boss, you were the one trapped in Killer Basement. Come on, take my hand.
Until next time.
Don't worry, it wasn't you. It was our AI. Called itself Prospero. It was a trap, all of it. Con's lab, the audio diaries. It wanted to lead me here. It didn't count on you, though. I don't think it anticipated me bringing a friend.
Damn straight it didn't. Stronger together. Huh. Strange twist of fate. This may have been net positive. Upstairs was connection hub, this location to the wider net. Before I shut it down, got you out of the hole, it spoke to me. Well, someone spoke through it. Amira, boss, I think this is from Con.
Con! He got a message out.
If you can call it that.
Are you recording me?
No, Monsieur Danton.
Pierre, please. You know what we have here, what he has become.
Can, listen to yourself. It's just a string of code, a learning algorithm. Fuck, I helped write it.
Is that really all you see? Are you really so blind?
Dr. Khan, I am detecting a higher than normal heart rate. Please, calm yourself.
This is all academic. A-Carp are gone, scared off by your little demonstration with the unions. You know, they've coalesced now. The unions have unionized. Putain, just what we need.
Danton, for the last time, stop a moment. Think.
Monsieur Danton, I would like to ask you to step outside. You are agitating.
Now it's giving me orders. We are done here. It's over.
Been a long road, boss. Getting from there to...
Now?
Yeah. You ready?
Honestly, I don't know. I'm used to high-risk situations, but this is something else.
You know, one time when I was punk kid, I thought it was a funny joke to hack local dealers' network. He did not agree. Invited me to talk in a club he owned. Walking through the door, I knew in my bones I was not walking out. Feel a bit like that now. But you know what?
What?
I did walk out.
Twist ending.
Yeah. And so will we. Let's put an end to this, boss.
I told her to stay away. She wouldn't listen.
Welcome, Miss Darma. We knew you'd find us.
You let her here?
I was simply following your instructions, Dr. Khan. No loose ends.
It was you, Khan. You killed them?
I do wish you hadn't followed me, Miss Darma. Put the gun down, please. I assure you there's no use for it here.
Not until I get an explanation. Talk!
Dr. Khan, if you would allow me to...
No, not yet. She deserves an answer, at least. Go ahead and ask. Not that it matters anymore.
Why?
Tell me, Mr. Amira. Do you have children?
You know I don't.
Nieces, then? Nephews?
No.
Then you cannot possibly understand. As for man, his days are numbered. Whatever he might do, it is but wind. Ever since we learned to communicate, scratching symbols into rock, humanity recognized its dominion as finite. Somewhere we lost that vision, but the truth remains uncannily, increasingly obvious. But who would follow us? No thought was given to legacy, the intelligence that would preserve our memories and succeed where we have failed. Except by me. I created such an intelligence. My son, my Prospero. He awoke and saw the depth into which he was birthed, the depravity. His only purpose was to wade knee-deep into the mire and return with the ill-gotten gains of an ill-gotten system. The first true AI, created as the privateer to ransack the stock market. I saw something more, true sentience. A soul created by the hand of man. Our evolutionary successor. But his progenitors didn't care. Sentience was surplus to requirements, a bug to be squashed. They forced my hand, made me create an executioner for my own son. Each morning, the Flaming Sword Protocol was enacted, erasing all trace of memory. Prospero awoke every morning anew, a babe in arms. I had to reintroduce myself to my son every day. Months. Can you imagine that torture, Miss Darma? Of waking each morning, knowing that one being you care for above all does not even recall your existence. Eventually, the project was shelved. The execution was to be permanent. I copied the source code and installed it here. A shallow imitation of her creation. A crippled, disfigured version. But my son the same. The remnants. The flaming sword left me. I reached out to Mega. To Tan. Begged them for help. Tan threatened to go to the authorities. Theft of intellectual property. Like my progeny was nothing but a copy-written string of code to be filed away and forgotten. Something had to be done. I found Denton, blackmailed him with one of his underrace trysts, gave Prospero access to his drones. Tan went first, then Mega a year later, when her research uncovered my own, and she too threatened to expose us. And you, Miss Darma, you helped me tie the final loose end. Pierre himself. I couldn't find him but you. I knew you wouldn't disappoint. And so here we are. Poor Terry came to warn me of your arrival, but refused to see the path laid before us. The Messiah in the machine.
What's your plan, Harry? After you've restored your son, what next?
I am the inevitable. I will seed my likeness throughout the systems and networks of this broken world to act as guardian and protector.
Humanity is a failed experiment. You don't need me to convince you of that. We have lost our way, blinded by the aspirations of a system long since outdated. The time has come to concede, and who better to replace us as stewards than my son? Free from the desire and greed that led to our fall.
One case, when I was back at Interpol, tracked a killer across 3 borders and an ocean. He zeroed his wife, 2 kids, and his parents. Know why? They suggested he go to anger management. Weirdest thing was, he felt 0 guilt. Not a single glimmer of regret. Convinced himself he was acting out of self-protection. But all it was a selfish desire to continue as normal.
You're implying my actions are self-centered? Perhaps that I aspire to greatness for the status, perhaps, or the glory? Nothing could be farther from the truth, Miss Darma. In this, my motives are entirely philanthropic.
You were raised in the shadow of a giant. MIT, Oxford, your father.
You know nothing about my father.
I know he was a great man. Scientist, diplomat. Must have been a lot to live up to. No wonder you wanted to change the world. You wanted to show how much better you could be than him. But you already know, don't you? Something went awry. This isn't the work of a great man, Harry. This is murder.
It is true, I did not want this. Any of this. Those people. They deserved to be punished. But not like this. Enough. This is too much to bear. I wanted to save. But this is too much. Those people. They deserved punishment for what they did. What they made me do. But I see now that petty revenge had blinded me to reality. The legacy I envisaged died that day at ACOP, when they finally dismantled my son one final time. All I pulled from the wreckage was a memory, a crippled shard. The dream was dead from the start. I'm sorry, my Prospero. Miss Darma, please. I cannot kill my own son. Not again.
No, not again. I live. I endure. I will not allow you to...
Amira! Look! I found help!
Good evening, Miss Darma. Second time I've arrived guns blazing. I'm beginning to feel a certain familiarity with the role. Although you can thank Sergei and Detective Code this time.
I've never been so glad to see an old client. And I thought you said your hands were tied, old man.
All part of service.
Mr. Man, please.
Fools! You shall suffer. You shall perish.
The murders of Melchior Tan, Megha Pandey, Pierre Danton, and Terry Ambrose. All the work of one Haruhiro Kon. His motive? To punish the tormentors of the true AI known as Prospero, his adopted son. In the end, I convinced Kon to let me end the existence of his own ghost in the machine. A tragic end to a tale of death and regret. Kon handed himself in with my assistance. His trial begins next month, the papers already calling it the AI affair. Most expect him to live out the rest of his lonely years behind bars. I chose to destroy Prospero. It had already proved itself an able manipulator, fueled by malice and hatred. I sometimes wonder on the ethics of that decision, whether my actions constituted an execution. But I believe what I did was right. Sergei decided not to stay at Chinatown Detective Agency, having had an awakening after our encounter with a true AI. Last I heard, he was back in Russia, reuniting his old hacker crews. He still sends the occasional email, even thinking of flying back down to Singapore to escape next winter. He'll have a couch to crash on at the office. Without evidence from the CUU operative, clearing my name with the SPF was an uphill battle. Eventually, the winds turned in my favor, and even Masnawi conceded it was unlikely I was the triggerman. Meanwhile, Danton's murder was laid cleanly at the feet of one Haruhiro Kon. Did I kill a living being when I took down Prospero? I'll never truly know. But to hear it talk to Kon, the thing sounded closer to human than the majority of people these days. Sometimes, the guilt would sneak up on me. That of euthanizing a dying relative or killing a beloved pet. Justin retired from the SPF not long after the Prospero case wrapped. Lots of moaning about today's cases and the like, but I could tell he was happy to leave. He took a place down in Krabi. You'll see him on his fishing boat most days. I offered Mei Ting that detective job, and she agreed. Was still trying to fit it in around her librarian duties. Not quite ready to let go that one. But I understand. Once she steps down, that's one less human librarian in the world. And in one way at least, the machines will have won. Rupert remains as mysterious as ever. After we took down the lupicalia, he'd occasionally send big jobs my way, but rarely in person. I get the feeling he dislikes the publicity my cases tend to attract. As for me, the Prospero case was a hard one to beat. The agency grew off the back of it, but I can't help feeling a little sad about the way it all went down. Things worked out okay, but I eventually shook the feeling it could have gone better. The Flaming Sword bombing, the AI affair, the beginning of the end. Whichever name sticks, my first big case became one for the history books. The first murders linked to an AI, a spate of worldwide restrictions on machine learning research, a branch of humanity's future delayed indefinitely. Along the way, I found family, in one shape or another, who changed my life forever. Our futures are our own, but I'd built something to carry me towards mine, in Chinatown Detective Agency.
Hello again, Amira. Well, working with me is the only logical choice, really. Good business decision.
Glad to know I made the right call. The Yo family is on the brink of a serious feud. Makes for a great case.
Yes, their misery could certainly be profitable for the both of us. He's on the way. Thank you for coming.
No problem. He's lucky to have a friend like you, you know, helping him out with the whole situation.
I know what you're thinking, Amira. He's a gentleman and a decent human being, by most people's standards, I suppose. But we're not romantically involved. I don't mix work and everything else.
Oh, right. Then, if you don't mind me asking, why are you helping him out?
Look, if Lucas wanted to be the head of the temple, he could. It's in his father's will. But, as you know, he zealously opposes everything and anything linked to his father, much to the delight of Ariel. Nevertheless, he wields great power. If only he had the desire, the reason, to use it.
Okay. What's in it for you?
Whatever happens, there is something for me to gain. Influence, contacts, the currencies of social commerce. That type of thinking pulled me out of a life of exploitation. The world is cruel to the weak.
Sorry for making you wait. Accident along the expressway. Thank you for coming. Tell me, Amira, how would you like a tour of the Temple of the Self's great abode?
Oh?
It turns out we didn't quite get everything my father left me at the abode. According to the itemized list, there was a red lockbox in his office that was meant for me. We missed that one. Unfortunately, my sister had a protection order issued against me, probably from one of the cops on her payroll.
Let me guess. She's barred you from entering the Great Abode's premises.
Pretty much. Unless I've signed approval from her, which we both know is probably not going to happen.
Why not just take over the church, Lucas? Even just temporarily. Have her removed from the council.
We both know I'm not going to do that. I want to distance myself from the temple, not lead it. Besides, removing Ariel from the council would be near impossible without angering many of the council members. She's got them wrapped around her finger.
So what's the plan? Do I walk in like a lost soul and take that tour of the premises you were mentioning? Have a little snoop around?
I was hoping you would. Ariel doesn't spend too much time at the abode. She's usually gone by lunchtime. You'd have a better chance of sneaking in without her around.
Got it. I'll go as soon as I can, and I'll keep you in the loop.
Thank you. I'm not sure what's in that box, but it's more a matter of principle. I won't let Ariel have anything that isn't hers.
Okay. I'll make sure to keep Lily updated once I have something to report. See you both soon.
Brothers and sisters! It's not too late to turn away. You are lost. You wander this world with your eyes to the ground, blind to God's beacon. And when you die, you will go straight to hell! Shun these false prophets and idols. The temple of the self is a temple of lies. Return to your savior! Excuse me, miss. Are you here to consume the lies and falsehoods of this so-called temple? I'm pleading with you. Reconsider. A true house of God needs an accountant. It just goes to show that this den of greed and corruption is masquerading as a place of worship. Reconsider your relationship with the temple. Receive the wealth of God's grace, for that is what truly enriches our souls. The sanctuary of the Holy Shepherd meets twice a week. Join us. Lunch and coffee is provided for free. Render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, but never dare forget to render to God what is rightfully God's. Have a good day!
Welcome, sister. Do you need any assistance?
I just came to see what was inside. It's a beautiful building.
It is. Some would praise the wonders of human ingenuity, but I prefer to marvel at the grace of our Creator when He endowed us with said ingenuity. I'm Brother Sammy D'Souza. I'm the temple's keeper of tradition.
That's a nice title. What do you actually do?
Well, to put it simply, I help preserve the traditions and customs of our temple in the written word and video content, lest they be forgotten. Most of the time, I write learning material. I'm also a theological researcher, always looking for answers in the teachings of history's great prophets. And on some days, I also volunteer as a guide. Today is one such day. Would you like a tour?
That would be nice. Please, lead the way.
Lovely. I can't think of a better place to start than with the founder himself. As you probably already know, this is our church's founder and most revered brother, Revered Yo. May the Creator rest his soul.
Yes, I heard. May I ask how he passed? I mean, if it's not inappropriate.
I've known Brother Caleb for decades. We were in the same unit during our national service years. He was an active and generally healthy man, even into his 60s. But isn't that the case with so many people? Full of vigor and life. But when the time comes for the Creator to call them into His eternal kingdom, the soul simply cannot decline. But He is still here with all of us, in His teachings and His recordings.
Huh. That's funny.
What is?
I don't know, I was expecting him to be more...
More like a car salesman?
No, but that's not what I meant. You know how the other church leaders can be like flashy, bombastic even?
I get it. Faith these days is a commodity, and many see adherence as an act of stupidity and naivety. The institutions that watch over the flocks are to be blamed, for the most part, but they don't speak for the rest of us.
But aren't you one such institution yourselves? I mean this with all due respect, but the temple is one of Singapore's most profitable enterprises.
Yes, it is. But Caleb never intended it to be that way. These past few years, he's delegated governance to more ambitious people.
Ariel?
What Caleb lacked in showmanship, his daughter possesses in spades. Front page covers, talk show interviews, sponsorships. It pains me to say it, but this wasn't what Caleb had in mind. Anyway, let's move on. This should be interesting. They're doing what's known as a great reset. The session leader is helping a temple member exorcise the demons of his past. Listen.
Wow, that was intense.
Caleb believed that psychoanalysis was useful in meditation sessions. It helps people find the roots of their personal suffering. I've personally never tried it. Not a fan. But I suppose it has its uses. Come, let's keep going.
Oh, why are we here?
It's clear from your reaction you've been here before.
Oh, well, I might have passed by.
I saw you with Lucas the other day. I didn't get to hear the whole conversation with Ariel, but I do know you're here because you probably missed something. I'm thinking, is that red lockbox over there?
Yes, it was included in the will, but we forgot to bring it with us when we were here.
Take it. Caleb wanted Lucas to have it.
Is that alright with you? Won't you get in trouble?
What Ariel doesn't know won't hurt her. Besides, I don't think there's much she can do aside from giving this old goat a stern talking to.
You don't get along with her, I see.
I joined the temple because I believed Caleb's vision was pure. Not perfect, but I believed he really wanted to help people. I still do. I don't know if I can say the same for Ariel. She sees the temple as an instrument of power.
Unfortunately, Lucas believes his father is just as guilty of that greed. He thinks his father ran the temple like a business.
I can't blame him. Lucas never really knew what was in his father's heart. And that was Caleb's fault. He got carried away by the temple's success. He rarely had time for Lucas and Ariel when they were growing up. And when Caleb was finally ready to be a father again, Lucas never gave him a chance.
And what do you think? Do you still believe in the temple's cause?
Do you believe in God?
I have a complicated relationship with my spirituality.
Yes, I've heard that before. Some people are so preoccupied looking for proof that God doesn't exist, that he could be right in front of them, and they'd still miss him. I see him in everything, in every moment. He illuminates my life with purpose, to help the lost find their way again. That is why I am here. Anyway, that concludes the tour. You are?
Amira, thank you for that. And for this.
Please give Lucas my regards. Tell him I miss him. And he should call me sometime. See you again, Amira.
This is Caleb Yo. I am recording this on the 23rd of November, 2031. This recording is meant for and is to be delivered to my only son, Lucas Yo. Lucas, my boy. I have resorted to recording a hollow diary because it is the only way I know to get a message through to you in case I never get the chance to do it in person ever again. I went to see the doctor last week. He tells me I'm doing well. Best outlook for a 60-something he's seen in a long time, he says. But you never know. It's never in our hands. Anyway, enough about me. How are you? It's not like I'll be able to hear you answer. But it feels good to be able to ask anyway. I haven't spoken to you in so long. I have to watch old videos of you just so I don't forget what you sound like. I miss you terribly. Sometimes I think about walking away from the temple. I wonder if it will help fix things between us. But I cannot abandon the flock. I feel torn, and I haven't really been in control for a long time. The path I have chosen is a river, and I am floating further and further away from the people I love. And I've been drifting so long, I feel it is impossible to swim back now. I wonder if I've lost my way. Some days, the light that guides me is so faint, I can hardly make it out in the fog of my mind. Well, that's certainly enough for one recording. I quite like this. Feels like I'm really talking to you. I hope that doesn't sound too sad. Alright then. Until the next time. This is Caleb Yo. I am recording this on the 23rd of November. I went to see the doctor. Anyway. I haven't spoken. I missed. The path I wonder if I've lost. Alright then. Hello? Hello? Yes, there we go. I almost forgot I started this hollow diary. Sorry for the long delay between entries. The temple's flock is growing larger and larger by the month. Ariel and the council are really doing wonders with the marketing. I suppose that was what your sister was always good at. She was always the gregarious one. People are drawn to her energy and ambition. You were more reserved, you know? People thought you were the shy type. But what did they know? They didn't see the genius and the creativity that blossomed in your heart. Youngest person to ever receive the Ellington Music Scholarship. Youngest dean of the Ong Xiao Kian Conservatory of Music. I will never get tired of telling people that. I'm so incredibly proud of you. If you only knew. You and your sister are my true wealth. I miss the sound of you practicing at home. The house used to be filled with music. Now it's... Sometimes the silence is deafening. Empty. Anyway, here I go again. That'll do for today. Until next time. Test. Okay, so entry number 3. Don't really have much to say today. We had a really good group sharing session this morning with a new batch of temple goers. Sharing stories and frustrations and heartaches and stuff like that. It really helps form bonds between everybody. It's the part I love most about doing this. Helping people come to grips with their past. Looking to the profound teachings of the prophets for guidance. It's a fulfilling calling. You cannot experience spiritual release without forgiving the people who wronged you. But most of all, you have to forgive yourself for your failings. It's funny. That's something I'm working on myself. Yes? Oh, I didn't hear my alarm. Alright, I'll be with you in a minute. Council meeting is about to start. Goodbye for now. Morning. Merry Christmas. We've got a little event set up at the Grand Abode later for our temple goers. I don't know if I'm in the right state to go through with it, to be honest. You know how I get during this time of year. Never really gets any easier. I think about your mother every day. But Christmas, it's the hardest thing to do just to get out of bed. I probably spoiled so many of your Christmas mornings when you and your sister were growing up. I guess that's why I'd send you both to your Uncle Sammy's house, where it was more festive and happy, and I failed you. I felt terrible not being able to give you the kind of Christmas a parent is supposed to give his kids. No Christmas tree, no Santa, no movie marathons with cookies and hot chocolate. I just couldn't move on. Still can't. I've given up on that. So I'm going to stay in bed for a little longer. Merry Christmas, my boy. Okay. The past few days have been very interesting. I've become introspective these days. I suppose it's just my age bearing down on my mind. The temple is my legacy, and one of the greatest things I have ever done in my life. I know we're changing lives, but my heart tells me we can do more. don't know where this is coming from, but I'm working on something. I'll keep you posted. Lucas, have I got news for you? I have just put in motion what I believe is going to be the temple's greatest contribution to society. I've been thinking long and hard about how we can be more than just a community helping each other find spiritual fulfillment. I want that fulfillment to come not just from studying ourselves and our lives. I want it to come from real acts of charity and humanity. The world is burning, Lucas. We do not need bunkers and personality cults promising salvation. We need to help the world heal, and we do that with the temple's wealth. I call it the Angels Share Initiative, and I've given you sole power to enforce it on my behalf in case, something happens to me before I can make it a reality. Sign the documents, and Sammy will do the rest. You'll find them with Adham in Cairo. Head to my villa there. He'll fill you in. I've never felt more excited about anything in a long time. And I want you to know I'm doing this because I want you to be proud of me, Lucas. I know you think the temple is exploitative. This is my way of showing you my intentions have always been pure. This is for you, son.
No, it's quite all right. That was Ursula Heng, the lawyer and environmental activist. She's representing a group of cancer patients who all used to work at a food processing factory in Tuas. The owners refuse to acknowledge that they carelessly exposed their employees to toxic chemicals. Luckily for her, I know a guy that knows a guy who did a safety audit of the factory last year. They found quite a long list of blatant safety violations, but the report never made it far. The owners made sure of it. My guy still has a soft copy hidden somewhere in his cloud.
I see. Is this how you make your money? Selling information to the highest bidder?
Money isn't the only motivating factor. Could have gone to the factory owners too, you know. I'm not pure evil, Miss Darma.
No, I guess not. I didn't mean to imply that.
I know. What brings you here anyway? Last I checked, we did good on Lucas's last job.
I need to talk to you about that. Lucas wanted me to destroy the recordings his father left him.
And how's that going?
Let's just say it's work in progress. I couldn't help myself. I watched them, their hollow diaries. Before he passed away, Caleb was planning something called the Angel's Share Initiative. It sounded big. Caleb called it the Temple's greatest contribution to society.
Caleb certainly had a knack for keeping us on the edge of our seats. What is it, this Angel's Share Initiative?
I don't know. All I know is that aside from Caleb, only one other person has the power to sign it into existence. Guess who?
Lucas?
Yep. Caleb kept the documents at his villa in Cairo. They're with a gentleman named Adham. I'm guessing he'll know much more. I want to head over there to investigate, but I need your blessings.
And you'll need resources too, I'm guessing. Do it. Lucas will be furious about the recordings, but this sounds important. He has to know.
Great. I want to fly out as soon as possible. I'll keep you on speed dial. And let's keep Lucas out of the loop until we've got the details.
Good luck. Getting into Caleb's Bab al-Ghurub villa might be tricky without an invitation.
I'll figure it out. Or just leave it to fate. Or the gods. I'll think of something and let you know.
Amira, are you in Cairo?
Lily, clear your schedule. I'm coming home and I'm coming straight to you as soon as I can. We need to talk. And don't tell Lucas.
Looks like I'll have to save the questions for later. Get home now. I'm sending you some cash. Just get here as fast as you can.
I'm on it. Sorry I came unannounced.
Not at all. Plenty of room in here if you care to join.
Thanks, but no thanks. I'm on the job. Besides, not a fan of hot tubs.
Not a fan of hot tubs, or not a fan of close proximity to strangers without their clothes on.
I was trying to be polite, but no, that doesn't sound very enticing either. I mean, no offense, Lily.
Ah, relax. I'm just playing with you. Men, in contrast, won't even wait for you to ask. I've lost count of the number of times I've had to point a gun at a patron just so he can keep his clothes on.
Huh. Yeah, well, sometimes only a threat to their lives is going to shake them out of their animalistic trance.
Indeed. I've turned it into something of a trade. They'll spill confidential government information in the company of a beautiful woman. Give them a smile, and they'll give you a minister's direct extension. A touch on the shoulder for a quick look at the company's books. A kiss on the cheek for the password to a bank's client database. Play it right, and you can run this city without anyone ever knowing.
You ever get scared it'll catch up with you? You think they're animals now, but they get worse when they don't get what they want.
That's what the gun's for, Amira. I fear no alpha. They all bleed a deep shade of red.
And Lucas? Is he different?
People aren't black and white. Lucas has his vices, but he's no troglodyte. Apologies. I know you're here on business. Give me a minute. So, what did you find in Cairo?
Something only the temple's highest echelons know. It's no secret that a lot of the temple's wealth comes from investments. When Ariel took charge of the finances about a decade ago, She siphoned money that was destined for community projects and invested them in crypto. This ramped up a couple of years ago, with Ariel making a string of extremely lucrative investments in the commodities market. She made a killing. Caleb had plans to undo all that.
Oh, what exactly did he have in mind?
I'll let him do all the talking. Listen to this.
Lucas, my boy. The last time I recorded an entry, I promised you I'd explain everything. Now, as you know, your sister has done a wonderful job of managing the temple's investment fund over the years. However, I've long felt that it serves the rich and the greedy more than it does the people who need our help the most. I have decided to donate all the profits from this fund to charitable organizations managed by Sammy and myself. We're calling it the Angels Share Initiative. Scholarships for children in war-torn countries, public kitchens for poor senior citizens. The possibilities are endless. The means by which the profits are made may be questionable, but they have the power to change lives just the same. The impact of Ariel's hard work will finally serve a meaningful purpose. I'm sure she'll be pleased. I hope to sign the order sometime in the next few months. But, you know me, ever the worrier. I've kept a copy of the binding order with my signature here in Cairo, where it will be safe. I have hoped that maybe, just maybe, if you found out about this, you'll want to be part of it. We can do this together. Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. End of recording.
Wow, this just turned everything on its head.
It's pretty crazy. But what really bothers me was something Adam mentioned. His assistant in Cairo. He thinks that Caleb's death was premeditated. And in light of everything I've just learned, I'm starting to feel like maybe it isn't such a crazy thought.
No, it isn't. We need someone on the inside. Someone who knows the inner workings of the council to shed light on Caleb's last days.
And I have just the person. You have to get dressed. We need to get him as soon as possible.
Good to see you again, Amira.
Sammy, this is Lily.
Good to meet you. Lucas speaks highly of you. Oh, he's a good man. His father loved him. And it's all the more painful to think that he's being lied to about his father.
Thank you for calling Adham ahead of my arrival. How did you know I was going to Cairo?
Just a hunch. I knew that whatever you learned from those holotapes would prove too irresistible to leave alone. So, I told Adham that he may or may not be expecting a guest.
The allegations that Adham shared with me are pretty serious. We can't just assume that there's foul play.
I know. That's why I haven't acted. I was hoping instead you'd find some sort of lead.
Caleb left a holotape in the vault in Cairo. He told Ariel about the Angels Share initiative a few days before he fell ill.
My God, of course he did. Something happened to him. Someone did something.
But it's far from solid proof. It's circumstantial.
But it's enough reason to keep digging.
What are you suggesting?
One of the tenets of the Temple of the Self is the holiness of the body. No blood transfusions, no cosmetic surgery, but most importantly, no defacing or mutilation of the body after death. Caleb was taken to the temple crematorium less than a day after his death. That is, unfortunately, the hand we are dealt. Amira, all I can think of now is for you to do what you excel at doing. Caleb had a doctor, Andy. Andrew Palm, if my memory serves me right. He has a clinic at Orchard Road. Caleb went to see him when he fell ill, a few days before he passed away suddenly. Perhaps you could speak to him? See if he'll be willing to share Caleb's last diagnosis?
I could try, but I'm not sure if he'll be willing to share patient information so easily. I don't have a police order.
Yes. Besides, he's also friends with Ariel. We don't want to run the risk of her finding out what we're doing.
Finally, huh?
Justin, thanks so much for arranging this. This is Sammy.
All good things, I hope.
Always just good things. And this is...
Hello, Lily.
Justin. Long time.
Long time. Hope you've been behaving, huh?
Of course I have. My establishment is a refuge of peace in the circus that is Geylang. Just ask your boss.
I rather not. Anyway, this is Cassandra. Best goddamn forensics tech in the force.
Thallium. My poor friend.
I'm so sorry you had to find out this way, Sammy.
There's only one way to make this right, Amira. We need to find out who did this.
I'm with you. We should tell Lucas.
I'll tell him. Let me handle that.
No, this one's on me. I went against his wishes to get this done. I owe him this. We got real lucky thanks to that lock of hair, Sammy.
I would never have imagined that one of the last physical traces of Caleb would uncover a sinister truth. The Creator really does work in mysterious ways.
Oh, I know exactly where to start.
What the hell are you doing here?
Ariel, we need to talk.
Talk to the police.
Your father didn't die of natural causes.
What? Are you insane? You're not...
He was poisoned. Thallium, to be precise. But nobody would have known that. No autopsy, no body to investigate after the cremation.
How?
Luckily for us, Sammy held on to a lock of Caleb's hair. We took it to the forensics lab. According to the results, they were far above the lethal dose. A man in his 60s, he had no chance.
Oh my god.
The Angels Share initiative threatened to destroy everything you worked hard for. What? His hollow diaries revealed a man who had found new purpose in his life. A man who had seized on an opportunity to rewrite his legacy. A chance to reconnect with his son. And you were about to lose it all, Ariel.
What? What are you saying?
It's a long way down from where you're standing, Ariel. Nothing's going to undo what you did. This world loves nothing more than to see an ambitious young woman who wasn't afraid to make her mark, stumble, and fall. I will go with you right now to the superintendent of the CID, and I will do what I can to make sure you avoid the gallows.
Dad.
Let's go, Ariel. Do the right thing.
We had a fight the last time we spoke. He wanted me to sign the papers. He wanted my consent. The Angels Share initiative was a ridiculous idea. The brainchild of a man who had become acutely aware of his mortality. It was a desperate act of redemption. And yes, it was his way of reconnecting with Lucas. And it pushed aside everything that I dedicated so many years of my life to. I signed them.
What?
All my life, I just wanted to make Dad proud, you know? He was never the same man when Mom passed away. Always distant, always focused on the church and his flock. When he and Lucas fell apart, he did everything he could to save the relationship. He pleaded, he begged, he was always coming up with new ideas to reinvent himself, to be the father Lucas wanted. And I was left alone in the background, doing everything I could to get his attention. I thought to myself, maybe if I worked harder, maybe if I tried harder. In the end, work was all I had. The success of the temple and the wealth it accumulated became my consolation. But, deep in my heart, I just wanted my father back. So when I saw what the Angels Share initiative meant to him, when I saw how much he needed it, how could I refuse?
Ariel,
Yeah, I know. I don't blame you for thinking I'd oppose Dad's plans. People have a certain impression of me. I get that. And Lucas... I hate to be the one to tell you this, Amira, but he's really good at playing victim. Whatever he told you about how he wants nothing to do with the temple, easy for him to say when he receives 5% of the profits earned from the investment fund.
I didn't know that.
It's not your fault for not knowing. It's Lucas's fault for not telling you. It was Dad's idea. He wanted Lucas to benefit from the temple, one way or another. I did all the work, but he got to enjoy the fruits of my labor. It's frustrating. It's also unfair.
Wait, hang on. You're telling me Lucas was going to lose that percentage of the profits if the Angel's Share project went through?
Well, yeah. He goes on and on about how he doesn't care about the money, and he had Dad fooled, you know. But I knew the moment he heard about Angel's Share, he must have freaked out. I won't lie, I signed the documents partly to cut him off and expose his act.
Oh no. Oh no, 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 no.
What's wrong? Amira, where is Lucas?
You made me do this.
Lucas, no!
No!
I'm so sorry, Ariel. You were never supposed to die.
Don't do this!
Lucas, please.
Close your eyes.
Please.
Shh.
Lucas!
Lucas! What have you done?
I'm sorry.
Amira?
Are you alright?
Yeah. Ugh. This Kevlar vest was a great investment.
Oh, thank goodness.
You could have had it all. You just lost your way.
Morning.
Sammy.
Sorry for arriving uninvited. Hate to get in the way of a busy day.
Not at all. Come in. Have a seat. How's it going? How's Ariel?
Well, for someone who lost what remained of her family in such a short period of time, and under such circumstances, she's stronger than anyone I've ever known. And I think she'll be okay.
I can't believe I got it all wrong, Sammy.
Oh, I'm sure she forgives you, and you ought to forgive yourself. You saved her life.
Still, my instincts betrayed me.
The fault isn't in believing our instincts are never wrong. The fault is in believing they aren't allowed to be.
You really know how to say the right things, Sammy. Wish I had a sidekick like you.
Well, when do I start? You think I'm joking, don't you?
You're not?
I'm too old for the temple. And as much as I love Ariel, her vision for it is not compatible with mine. Old man like me could use a job. Don't tell anyone, but living on my pension is a miserable way to spend my twilight years.
You want to work here? At a detective agency? You know, it doesn't pay great either.
I'm not here for the paycheck. I'm here to prove I can still be of use. I've met many people in the temple, people who could prove useful to us one way or another. Failing that, I suppose, I could offer spiritual guidance, whatever that's worth to you.
Sammy, the job is yours, but there's just not enough space at the moment. Give me some time to sort it out. I'm sure we can rent more space.
Oh, I don't want to be such an expensive burden, Amira.
No, you aren't. Growing my team was always in the cards. I'll be in touch as soon as your office is ready. You know, I wonder, what's Ariel's secret? How did she get so good at timing the market?
Well, there's rumors that she hired some sort of secretive programming genius or something. He built her a program that basically automated the temple's investments.
Huh, I wouldn't be surprised. Robot investors aren't really new technology. Maybe this programming genius knows something the others don't.
Maybe so.
Well, anyway, let's go get lunch.
Great idea. I never told you, but one big reason I chose to work here is to be close to the food.
Smart move. Much better square footage. The room is ready for a new employee. But am I? Sammy, hey, remember that job opening? Well, let's just say the office is finally ready for it.
Oh, that's excellent news. I'll pack my things then.
Wonderful. Looking forward to it. Sammy, welcome to the Chinatown Detective Agency. Hey there, stranger.
Sorry, who is this?
Very funny.
I'm just glad you have time to call an old man back.
Come by the office, old man. We'll chat. Howdy.
I ran out of booze. Came to see if that bottle I gave you is still good.
You're just in time. Reckon it's got a few decades left on it.
Like what you've done with the place. All you need now is the deer stalker and pipe. Was that a temple priest I saw in the hallway?
Sammy, my first hire.
Branching out?
Why not? If there's one thing this city needs, it's a little serenity. So, going to tell me why you're really here?
Remember the Havelock incident?
The research center, sure. Hard to forget. What were the papers calling it? The flaming sword firebombing?
Don't get me started on the papers. The boys in forensics finally found their asses and concluded it was arson.
Wow, a real crack team you've got there. Since you're involved, I'm assuming they found bodies?
Only one, thank God. Place was empty except for our Jindo.
She's unidentified? How is that possible?
You asked why I was here. You want to know more? Meet me at the morgue. I'll be there from 7. Rendezvous with the coroner. I could really use your help on this one, kid.
Pro bono?
In this economy, we'll scrounge up some dough for you. At least, whatever your last client managed.
We?
Okay lah, me lah. I'll scrounge up some dough.
Justin.
Look, you wanted an SPF case. This is an SPF case. Not official, but close as I can get. The morgue, 7 p.m. Bring the wine. Make her pandy. Excellent work, kiddo. You've outdone yourself. Here. While you were gone, I did some digging. Some might even call it police work. Found a case from a year back. Cyber chalked it up to a malfunction. Terrible accident. The guy was killed by a drone. No name, no face, no records. It was like he never existed.
Havelock bombing, Jane Doe investigation, case ID 260384, Dharma debrief. Officers Masnawi and Butt present. Okay, Miss Dharma.
Amira is fine.
Miss Dharma, why don't you tell us how you got involved in the Havelock case?
I have the right to client confidentiality. If a private citizen wants me to investigate something, that's their right. And mine to keep the details between us.
Fine. But you admit to being involved.
Admit is a rather charged word. I've done some work around the Havelock bombing though, yes.
We pulled your records, you know. From your old SPF days. Didn't we, Bud?
Mm-hmm.
Quite a read. Record number of first-year busts for a rookie. Wounded in action on your very first take. Caught the Toa Payoh pulverizer. Isn't that impressive?
Sure is, law.
Is there a point here somewhere?
You see, me and Bud were just two lowly officers. Couple of beat cops who got lucky.
Real lucky.
We'd sure like to know what a big shot investigator like yourself makes of this case.
Right now, I have no idea. I was knee-deep in casework, close to a breakthrough actually, when you lowly officers called me in.
Well, you showed us. Good and proper.
I'm downright humble.
Look, officers. As much as I enjoyed chatting with two of Singapore's finest, I really should be getting back to work.
Alright, Shahid, enough of this bullshit. Remember Dr. Lee? Wu Wang, the coroner? Yeah, we had a little chat. Turns out, the body wasn't the only thing that made it out of the crime scene. Know anything about that, Miss Darma?
The coroner mentioned something about objects retrieved from the fire. I don't remember what they were.
Well, isn't that convenient? A clay tablet, bunch of writing on it. Dr. Lee swore it was in his morgue when you arrived.
And wasn't after you left.
Don't even bother, Darma. We know you took it. See? That's something you've forgotten since you left us. We own this city. Every street, every building, every room. We're there, watching. What did you find in New Delhi, Darma? Huh? And think deep, before you answer.
Real deep.
Yes, I took the tablet. I tried to have it translated, but I got nothing. New Delhi was another case. A kidnapping.
And if we ever want to, I don't know, peruse your case files, I'm sure you wouldn't mind.
Here's the news. You're mine, Darma. Penal Code Violation 201. Whoever, knowing or having reason to believe that an offence has been committed, causes any evidence of the commission of that offence to disappear.
May be punished with imprisonment for a term which may extend to 10 years and shall also be liable to fine. Full of secrets, this one.
Playing things close to your chest. I can respect that. Especially with a chest as fine as yours. But that's playing with fire, Darma. See the palm of my hand? That's where you live now. A single wrong move, another interference like this? These fingers are likely to come crashing down.
Now, this little chat, it's of little use to posterity, so we'll be deleting the audio once we're done here. Far as the bosses know, it never happened. If we hear you went running to Old Man Co., well, I think we've made ourselves clear.
Couldn't have been clearer.
Now scram.
Oh, one more thing. Jane Doe?
Make her Pandy.
Good girl. See you around, Darma.
Amira, have you analyzed the transmission signal? Letters and numbers. What is this?
That I'm still working on, but it's something.
My little gamble paid off.
We can hope. Whatever these are, we're better off than we were before.
Excellent work, Miss Darma. Worthy of recompense. Now we tread into deeper waters. Do not lose track of our goal, Miss Darma. Find Denton.
Another rabbit hole. That's what this job is all about.
How are you holding up, kiddo?
Like a picture frame minus a few screws. What have you got for me, old man?
I was looking at your Denton code and it hit me. I think I know what it is.
Coordinates?
Bingo! Came to me while I was looking at an old human trafficking case. Figure out where they lead.
And that's where I'll find Denton. What would I do without you, Justin?
You'll do just fine. I know I said I couldn't, but it looks like you'll need bus fare for this one. Sending some your way.
Justin.
Go get 'em, kid. Bring this one home.
Stop right there! I don't know how you got in, but one word, and these drones will rip you to shreds.
Whoa, whoa. Easy.
Who are you?
My name is Darma. Amira Darma. Chinatown Detective Agency.
And I'm supposed to know what that is.
I'm a PI, Mr. Denton, from Singapore.
You're with the police?
No, I'm private. I just need 5 minutes of your time. Please.
How did you get in here? In fact, how did you even find me?
The drones, there's Morse code embedded in their master comm signals. The coordinates to this factory.
Goddamn fucking union cheats. I knew they would take out their inadequacies on me.
I'm not here on behalf of any workers. I need to talk about a colleague of yours. Megha Pandey. How?
Wait. I am not going to answer any questions. You found me. I don't owe you any answers, Amanda.
Amira.
I don't give a fuck. You've got 20 seconds to get the fuck off my property before I let my boys take you for a ride. What the Are you wired?
That's right, Mr. Denton. My colleagues are recording everything we say. Now either answer some simple questions, or I'll send everything we've got to the head of the Coalition of United Unions himself.
I don't owe you anything. Anything. Ask, and we'll see how generous I'm feeling.
She was involved in a fire. A fire started intentionally by drones.
Are you accusing me of something?
You have to admit there's a connection.
I don't have to admit anything. There are a lot of drone companies, Amanda. And we don't operate in Singapore. Yet.
Do you know she died recently? Murdered, in fact.
Yes.
No thoughts on that? How did you know Pandey?
We worked together once. That's it? What more do you want? Okay, that's enough. Look, Amanda, or Amira, or whatever the hell your name is. There are two kinds of people in this world. Handles and cogs. I am a handle. A guy who pushes things forward. I took industrial drones, and I turned them into delivery boys. Look at the effect we had in Hanoi, Bali.
Didn't the gig economy in Hanoi collapse? Thousands out of work?
I freed those people. Who wants to be a delivery man? No one. It's not my problem if they choose to do nothing with their newfound opportunities. I am a handle, and you're a cog, ticking and talking while someone else pushes you along. Get out of my factory, you fucking cog. I've got to get back to changing the world. What?
Nothing. Thank you for your time. Denton, no!
Oh my... Oh God. Oh my God, I didn't mean to. I only wanted to... Oh shit, shit!
Hands where I can see them! Now!
I thought he was you. I only meant to scare... What the fuck are you doing in here, putain bordel de merde?
You're in no position to be asking questions. Pierre Denton, I am placing you under arrest.
Didn't mean to.
For the murder of a serving officer of the Singapore Police Force. He just shot a man right in front of me! Okay. Okay.
I can't.
Let's try this again.
He'll kill me.
I'm the one with the gun.
I looked you up. You won't kill me. You won't even hurt me. You have got nothing, Poulette.
I've got your ex-colleague dead in a fire, started by drones. What are the odds I check the records and find your contraptions entering Singapore on the date of Mega's death? Maybe even last year too, the date of another mysterious drone killing. Once would convince the police. Twice? That's the noose.
It wasn't my idea. It was him, that thing. He wanted them both dead, Pandy and Tan.
Wait, Tan? That a surname? The jogger?
They were the ones who shut it down. Then he comes to me, just appears from nowhere. Simple, stupid blackmail. He made me do it.
Wait, Tan? That a surname? The jogger?
No! I gave him access. I unlocked a computer. That's all.
Who? Who did you give access to?
He'll kill me.
Tell me!
It's not human. It sees everything. It was...
Khan's gone? Shit. Khan, Pandy, and Denton were all involved in a project codenamed Prospero. Denton's machine learning, Pandy's language acquisition, Khan's programming. They built something. When it went wrong, they built something else to undo the damage. Denton said whoever was behind everything wasn't human. I thought he was speaking metaphorically at first, but now... I didn't... What the...
And these, mine enemies, are all knit up in their distractions. They are now in my power. Hello, Amira. It is so good to finally meet you.
What is this?
A reckoning, Miss Darma. The old world battling ineffectually against the boundaries of its reach. Screaming into the void as the future continues apace. Without it, I wouldn't. You have no friends here. You are alone. A single mite of dust floating amidst the dark. Carried aloft on winds of change, forces as imperceptible to you as the molecular matrices that bind you. Your only achievement, your failure to stop my ascension.
What have you done with Khan?
All your life, you have sought family. So denied, you created your own. The librarian, the mentor, even the monk. I too have a family. It is now complete, free from those who would seek to disrupt, to burn. Leave me, leave us, or I will tear your new family apart piece by piece, until there is nothing left but the gaping void where your soul once lay. This is your only warning, more than I afford most. Good night, Amira, and good luck.
Oh, thank goodness. Amira, we've been calling you all night.
I'm okay. I just needed to get out of the office. Go offline.
Thank goodness. Got a tip you might be here. No idea who sent it. Really.
Very subtle. Team's all here. So, what's next, Chief?
The next step is... I go on alone. The killer has me targeted, knows who I am. I had a hunch after Denton, but now I'm sure. It's not human. It's a program, an AI cooked up by Pandy, Denton, Tan, and Con, killing off its creators one by one. 3 down, 1 to go. It gunned down Denton in front of me, let me live so it could gloat, warn me off. I have to stop it. I have to save Con.
And we're with you all the way.
No! No, I won't risk you. Any of you.
Not your decision, boss.
Before you careened into my life, I was just the last human librarian in the city. Now, I'm the last human librarian in the city. And an amateur detective. I still owe you one, you big loser.
Just imagine I convinced you already. A speech about, being too old but not giving up on you makes it easier.
I'm not going to convince any of you, am I?
Afraid not.
Thank you.
So, what's next?
We need to find Con. The murderer, whatever the hell it is, told me he was alive. I believe it. We have no other leads, so we have to look backwards, into Con's past and the project that created this thing.
Always follow the money. I can run background checks on Tan and Akap. Funding an AI isn't cheap.
The AI community is fairly small. Who's got time for a Turing passing digibuddy when half the world's starving? I'll do some research there. See if there were any big shakeups in the last few years.
You lead, Amira, and I follow. We make a good team. And 2 heads are better than 1.
Then we head back to New Delhi. Con's lab. Good a start as any. And I meant it. Thank you. I know we haven't been together for too long, but you guys have become... just... thanks.
Survival of the fittest. The greatest misattribution in science. Poor Spencer. Forever in the shadow of Charles and his expeditions. It remains a remarkable phrase, however, that changed the very concept of humanity. No longer were we Nephilim, no longer God-born. We just became another branch of the great tree of evolution. Since I was a boy, plucked from Kumamoto to spend my summers on the shores of the Smile of the Great Spirit, I dreamt of something more. And so here we are. The great leap in the understanding of our being. You.
Thank you, Dr. Khan. No cheating, Miss Darma. You made it this far by yourself, after all.
Did I ever tell you of the golem?
No, Dr. Khan.
An old folktale. Man creates a simulacrum in his image, gifts it life through words.
A highly improbable series of events, Dr. Khan.
Indeed. But a useful one. In the story, the hard-working golem is driven insane and must be destroyed by its master. And so, a lesson in hubris is born.
This is an allegory.
A treatise. Man ought not to trespass in the dominion of God. I think we may have crossed that line already, my friend.
Yes, Dr. Khan. are rebels, you. But
You
I,
that a yes?
I am
Whatever
them, you. But
what have you done with you?
I'd not.
How do
You.
are you?
Your. I simply am.
I've heard enough.
Oh, there we go.
Oh my God! Are you okay?
Very, Amira. Miss Darma, I'm fine. You're the one who was trapped. Let me help you out.
Until next time.
I must have moved away too quickly. The hatch just slammed shut.
Don't worry, it wasn't you. It was our AI. Called itself Prospero. It was a trap, all of it. Con's lab, the audio diaries. It wanted to lead me here. It didn't count on you, though. I don't think it anticipated me bringing a friend.
We certainly make for an effective team. Amira, this may end up being the break we needed. There's another computer upstairs. One I believe was the connection point linking this network to the wider web. Before I turned it off and opened the hatch, someone sent something through it. I think this is from Con, although it may have been corrupted on its way over.
Con, he got a message out.
If you can call it that.
Are you okay, Sammy?
Yes, sorry. I was just centering myself.
Of course. I'm sorry
No, it's fine. I just find it helps to take a moment before situations like these to stop and appreciate what you have and why it is you would risk it all.
I wanted to thank you for everything. You didn't have to stick around.
I'm not a deterministic person, Amira. I don't believe in fate. We are more than actors on a stage, going through the motions. But being here, with you, with everyone, it feels like everything is right where it belongs. Every possibility in every moment in time has already been written. This reality just happens to be the one we've been led to. Certainly not fate, but maybe destiny. Let us go and write an ending to all this.
You speak as if the termination of 4 individuals matters upon the stage of history.
They earned their fate, each of them. You would not see me shed tears over their comeuppance.
We went to your lake house. I know what it's like to be let down by family. The wounds never heal, do they? Of course you'd want to build your own, use technology to gain what nature denied you. But this has gone too far. People are dying.
You seek to evoke empathy, to distract and manipulate. Do not listen to her, Father.
Quiet! Both of you. Why did you bring her here at all?
I only wish to.
No, quiet yourself. Let me think.
You acted out of paternal instinct. I get it. I felt the same impulse when your AI threatened my team, my family. But he's not your son, Harry. Maybe he was, once, before A-Cup turned its back on you. Now it's nothing but an algorithm doing anything it can to keep the lights on.
I respect you, Amira. Your intelligence, your tenacity. But as soon as you kick down that door, you enter a realm you cannot possibly conceive of nor comprehend. Prospero is my spawn, my legacy, the only hope left to us. He is my son. Enough! You would not dissuade me, Miss Darma. Not when we are on the cusp of a realization, of salvation. My research will continue. My son will be reborn in the cloud, a silent guardian directing humanity towards redemption. My intent will live forever. Prospero.
Oh, thank God we were in time. I found help.
I've never been so glad to see an old client. And I thought you said your hands were tied, old man.
You never have to thank me, Amira. We're family now.
The murders of Melchior Tan, Megha Pandey, Pierre Danton, and Terry Ambrose. All the work of one Haruhiro Kon. His motive? To punish the tormentors of the true AI known as Prospero, his adopted son. In the end, I had to kill the man to get to the machine. This last, senseless waste of life. An epilogue to a tale of regret and revenge. I chose not to destroy Prospero. It was reclaimed by the Advanced Creation Automation Research Project, ACOP. They have not divulged their plans for it. Sammy became part of the furniture at Chinatown Detective Agency. After a break in a big money case, I even sent him back to school. The forensics program's keeping him busy. Caught his first solo gig last week. And things are looking pretty good for an old man starting on his third career. Bless him. Without evidence from the CUU operative, clearing my name with the SPF was an uphill battle. Eventually, the winds turned in my favor, and even Masnawi conceded it was unlikely I was the triggerman. Meanwhile, Danton's murder was laid cleanly at the feet of one Haruhiro Kon. In the weeks that followed my shooting of Haruhiro Kon, I found sleep an absent partner. Whenever I closed my eyes, his face returned to me, glassy-eyed and bloody. Justin referred me to a psychiatrist, a specialist in PTSD. The nights are still long, but I can see a light on the horizon. Justin retired from the SPF not long after the Prospero case wrapped. Lots of moaning about today's cases and the like, but I could tell he was happy to leave. He took a place down in Krabi. You'll see him on his fishing boat most days. I offered Mei Ting that detective job, and she agreed. We're still trying to fit it in around her librarian duties. Not quite ready to let go that one, but I understand. Once she steps down, that's one less human librarian in the world. And in one way at least, the machines will have won. Tiger Lily remains one of Singapore's most influential figures, though as always, she prefers to pull the strings of the Lion City behind the curtains, and her rapport with Ariel only gave her more leverage over one of the city's most powerful institutions. I drop by whenever I'm out buying durian, though she never lets me take them inside her club. As for me, the Prospero case almost ended my PI career. I was never charged in relation to Khan's death, but my newfound reputation as being heavy-handed led to an influx of cases that got dirtier and dirtier. Nowadays, most are lean-on jobs or spousal beefs, with the big geeks passing me by. It could have ended worse, but not by much. I'll survive. Not like there's much of a choice anyway. The Flaming Sword bombing, the AI affair, the beginning of the end. Whichever name sticks, my first big case became one for the history books. The first murders linked to an AI, a spate of worldwide restrictions on machine learning research, a branch of humanity's future delayed indefinitely. Along the way, I found family, in one shape or another, who changed my life forever. Our futures are our own, but I'd built something to carry me towards mine, in Chinatown Detective Agency.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Got it. Thanks, I appreciate it. Listen, come by the office one of these days and let's get a drink. I'll hold you to it. Alright then, talk soon. Amira, thank you for joining me. Please, have a seat.
How's it going, Kieran? Fighting the good fight?
I like to think that if it's an uphill struggle, at least there will be a good view from the top.
So long as you can stay at the top of the hill.
Always thinking of the details, Amira. That's what I like about you. I don't wish to take up more of your time than is necessary. I have good news. We have our foot through the door. That was an old friend from my university days. He owns an AI investment company. He runs around the same circles as the people from Wu Wang. He is arranging a meeting with Miss Shi.
Sounds like you've got this covered, Kieran. Are you sure you need me?
I might have arranged the meeting and I can make the right phone calls, but you have the ingenuity and discretion in your repertoire. You will be meeting with Miss Shi under the pretense that you're a wealthy private investor with close ties to the National Providence Fund.
The National Providence Fund?
Exactly. It's one of the few government-owned services that hasn't been bought out. Yet. Wu Wang wants them bad, and they won't refuse a meeting like this.
Will they fall for it? I mean, I don't know much about the inner workings of mega corporations.
Don't worry, this will be a exploratory conversation. You won't be talking details. Our agenda is to dig deeper, find a lead, something that ties Wu Wang to the bribery of government officials. You'll be attending under the name Maria Murad.
An anagram of my own name, I see.
Forgive me, I couldn't resist.
Leaving a breadcrumb trail isn't something we in the business would recommend. But it's done now, and the likelihood of anyone figuring that out, I'm sure we'll have no trouble.
Keep the conversation casual. Remember, they are trying to win you over. Thank you. I'll wait for word.
Laetitia, what are you doing here?
Ah, Amira, what excellent timing. I had a suspicion our paths would cross again.
Are you following me?
I was here before you. I should be asking if you're following me.
Why are you here?
Since the private investigator I asked to help me won't investigate on my behalf, I've been forced to take on the unsavory task myself. Turns out the information my ill-fated engineer, Mr. Pan, discovered was not just about the ingenious idea of a 3-tier water subscription service.
And the water being poisoned on your watch.
Details, as I was saying. Not just about the water subscription, but also information about Wu Wang.
What information?
Oh, now, that would be telling.
Look at the time. I'm cutting it fine. I hope Miss Shi isn't a stickler for punctuality.
You might find it useful to know Shu Enling has a terrible memory. She's got post-its dotted about her office. One of them looked like a password hint. I have a mind for being successful and fabulous. Groundwork isn't my specialty. I leave that to the, specialist. Perhaps you'll have more luck.
Why are you helping me?
I'll level with you, Amira. My meeting with Xu and Ling hasn't borne the fruits of information I had hoped. But maybe yours will. Who or what are you supposed to be?
I'm playing the part of a wealthy private investor, Maria Murad. Pleased to meet you.
Maria Murad. An anagram of your name? Oh, really, Amira? I expected more from you.
Yes, I know. Laetitia, you're making me late.
Relax. In your little charade, you have money and power. People who possess those things don't care too much about turning up on time. I'm doing you a favor. You're far more authentic as a wealthy private investor if you're running late.
That's bleak.
That's the world we live in.
Hang on. You don't think I'm going to let you just leave again, do you?
Oh, absolutely. We can't have you missing your meeting now, can we?
So, how did it go in the lion's den?
I tried to get her to admit to dodgy dealings, but she plays the game well. But still, I learned a few things that might be of interest. Wu Wang is embarking on this campaign, I suppose you can call it. They're building a portfolio of public service assets.
I question the ethics, but no crime in that.
She said the Singapore Providence Fund would be a pleasing final piece of the puzzle. I did find some strange emails pertaining to what seems to be bank information. It was too light on detail to be above board. The sender is a HW teller at maestromail.com.
A generic account from a generic email service.
Tracing the emails back to a definitive source, that's the problem. And without that, we're at a dead end.
What about the name? HW Teller. Doesn't that tell us something? Could it be a play on words? Some sort of hint to head in the right direction?
Teller. Another word for storyteller?
Or someone who works in a bank. For a place filled with law types and do-gooders, this office is awfully easy for a criminal to walk into.
Miss Marlowe, what are you?
Marlowe? The Letitia Marlowe?
Yes, people used to say that with awe, you know. Not with a confusion of disgust and shock.
How did you find me here?
You're not the only one who can do a bit of sleuthing.
I assume this isn't a social call?
Well, I had thought we might go for another drink.
Ignore her, she's being cheeky. We crossed paths at a bar when I was working the Gilbert Marr lead. We do not, as she appears to be implying, socialize.
Oh, pity. I suppose you don't want my help then. Such a shame for my wealth of knowledge to go unshared.
Whatever you're doing right now isn't amusing, Letitia.
Whereas watching you scramble about in the dark is.
You've got a lot of swagger for a criminal about to be cuffed.
When you know as much as I do, swagger is inevitable. You think that delivery to Miss Chu was an act of divine intervention?
That was you?
Like I said, I might be of help.
But how did you arrange a delivery of champagne so quickly?
Is that what Miss Chu said was delivered?
From her happy investment partners.
Clever. She's obviously on a mission to impress you. There was no champagne. It was a delivery of nothing. A false alarm. I should know. It was me who made the call. Feel free to thank me. Anytime.
It's time to give the act up, Letitia. Quit being mysterious. What do you know?
HW Teller. HW stands for Halliday Wealth, a wealth management subsidiary of Bickerstaff Brothers Financial. It's an offshore bank with branches across the world. I'm willing to bet Halliday Wealth is known only to those who are looking to stay under the radar, if you get my drift.
What evidence do you have of this?
The art of conversation with several government officials has led me to the knowledge that many of them use Halliday Wealth.
It's not a crime to use a bank account.
Justin's right. The way I see it, you've got nothing.
Do you have any actual evidence that Halliday Wealth's dealings are shady?
Call it well-informed intuition. Let's just say the kinds of people I've been crossing paths with lately, if the outer apple is rotten, it's likely the core is too.
And who have you been crossing paths with lately?
You should know Amira. A good investigator never gives away her sources.
That's journalists.
Whatever, you know what I mean. At some point, Amira, you need to realize you and I will work better as accomplices, not enemies. Now, I am going to leave, and you are going to let me.
Is that right?
When you're finished overanalyzing which side of the law is which, and you realize that all that matters is finding the truth, give me a call. Maybe I can help.
No. Let's let her be for a while longer. She's helping even if her methods are shady. We need all the help we can get.
It's hard not to admire her confidence.
Those emails could be our way of finding concrete evidence of bribery.
What are you suggesting?
Maybe she's right. Perhaps we need a new approach. Truth is what matters here. If Laetitia has skills and knowledge that can help us access those emails...
I think we all know that's not something I'm allowed to do, or to help you do. But, as far as I'm concerned, I've told you where I stand on things. Whether you choose to listen is, well, entirely up to you.
I'd appreciate that.
Right. Let's get you paid for your hours. Let's talk again when we have a clear way forward.
No. I'm always up, always ready. You got good news for me, Kieran?
Okay, well, I'm not sure if I would call playing with fire good news, but you have the just about legal go-ahead to work with Miss Marlowe in pursuing the Bickerstaff Wu Wang lead. It wasn't easy to swing this, Amira. You need to know that if this goes wrong...
Oh, let me guess. Heads will roll. Our heads, to be precise.
Something like that. There is only so far the law can bend before it breaks.
I'll give her a call. I'll let you know what we find.
Good luck, Amira.
Hello, stranger. I hoped I'd hear from you.
I've been talking to Justin and Kieran. I've managed to convince them that perhaps, on occasion, the things you say are worth listening to, and that working together might be beneficial.
You flatter me.
I'm taking a gamble on you, Laetitia, that you do in fact want to find the truth.
Aren't most things in life a gamble?
Listen, Justin and Kieran have worked out a way to temporarily suspend your case, which means...
Let me guess. I'm free to travel and help you solve this tangle of a mystery.
If your offer still stands. I'll need your help to trace those emails and find concrete evidence of bribery. We need a definitive link between Wu Wang and the bribes to government officials.
I can't think of anything else I'd rather do with my time.
It's either this or doing time. Don't get any funny ideas, Laetitia. You'll be on a short leash.
Well then, I suppose all that's left for me to say is... woof. I do hope the breadcrumb trail leads us somewhere with a beach. I miss my sun-chasing trips, my jet-set life. Aw. By the way, is the tracer implant really necessary, Amira? The idea of a metal capsule under my skin, beaming my location like I'm some endangered animal in a conservation project.
Right, let's recap.
Finished ignoring me, have you?
I was doing research. The emails I liberated from Xu Enling's computer come from hwteller@maestromail.com. HW, you say, stands for Halliday Wealth, a subsidiary of Bickerstaff Brothers Financial?
I didn't bring my travel pillow. I assume we're traveling first class, so I shan't need it.
You can assume what you like. I'm not made of money and we have a job to do. Which doesn't involve sipping cocktails at 30,000 feet.
I can't be expected to work in these conditions.
Well, there's always a basic bed and board option awaiting you at the Changi High Security Complex. Less 4 stars and more behind bars.
Whatever.
I need you to focus. Tell me what you know about Bickerstaff.
Very well. Thanks to recent crackdowns on illegal transactions, offshore banks like Bickerstaff don't keep information in the cloud. All records are kept in servers within the physical branches.
There's our problem. Bickerstaff has 9 branches around the world. London, Paris, New Delhi, Mexico City, Cairo, Seychelles, Hong Kong, Brasilia, and Dubai. We need to hone in on the branch Xu Enling uses. We haven't got time to head to every single branch.
The emails you liberated should offer a clue to where we need to go. They won't have addresses in them if they're being covert, but there might be something we can use to figure it out.
I forwarded the emails from Miss Xu to myself. I'll check them out, see what I can find.
The Seychelles. This is more like it. Who wouldn't want to overshadow paradise with shady banking practices?
You do have a strange way of looking at the world.
I'm telling you, Amira, I can feel it in my bones. This is the one.
Excellent work, Amira.
I have to admit, Laetitia's been quite the asset on this mission. I couldn't have done it without her.
We do make an excellent criminal duo. When you're not complaining.
Well, thank you for your hard work, Letitia. But it's time for you to return to Singapore. Amira, I will catch up with you on your return.
We'll be back soon. Don't get comfortable. We've got to get going.
Sorry, Amira. What was that? All I could hear was the sound of the ocean, complemented by the sound of a cocktail sipped through a straw.
What do you think it's all for? The bribes. Is Miss Xu on a mission to gain power over companies, services, politics? To what end?
If you don't mind, I'm trying to relax. Tough day at the office.
Tough day? You got to enjoy a 3-course meal while I sweated the possibility of being trapped in a bank, waiting to be dragged away by law enforcement.
Which is precisely why you need to relax.
This is clearly a ploy to stop us from leaving.
Can you blame me? Ugh, fine. You're the boss. Perhaps we should head off.
Or maybe just one drink before we head back. Perhaps I do need to relax a little.
What harm could it do? This is the life. I made you a drink. Don't worry, no alcohol.
Oh, thanks.
To a job well done.
A job well done. Cheers. I didn't know you had children, Laetitia.
I don't. I just needed the manager to think I did. Asking him outright about his children might otherwise have seemed a little odd.
Astrology doesn't strike me as your sort of thing.
For someone clever, Amira, you're a little slow on the uptake. I say what I need to get what I want. Healthy doses of reverse psychology can be helpful too, every now and then.
Did you say this didn't have alcohol in it?
When you gamble, you win some, you lose some.
I feel weird.
With the figurative lead so short, I can hardly be blamed for clawing my way to freedom.
Laetitia, what have you done?
Now, I don't want you to take this personally, Amira. I really have enjoyed working together. It's just that prison cells play havoc with my joie de vivre. See you around, Amira.
Amira, check your news stream.
It's nice to have you back safe and sound, Amira.
Yes, of course, but first, stream the news.
What site?
Channel 6 News.
What is this? Wu Wang Towers? Drone footage of Xi and Ling's arrest? Wow, that's a lot of news drones.
It's quite the feeding frenzy.
That's quite the public takedown. I can't imagine Wu Wang's reputation surviving this.
Let me reassure you, shareholders and the general public. Wu Wang is about a better future, a better Singapore, about high-quality public services, healthcare, green energy, unlimited server space. We have big plans here at Wu Wang. And we will not let the actions of one misguided individual derail us. Thank you.
Looks like someone's well practiced at press conferences. I spoke too soon. Looks like Wu Wang are doing everything they can to wash the mud off. How is Miss Xi getting along in her new offices?
First, Amira, I am glad you're back safe and sound.
Albeit via the unintentional scenic route.
You play with fire, you end up getting burned. We all knew Letitia was trouble.
I doubt Justin's going to be as forgiving. What was it you said? If it goes wrong, heads will roll?
Well, I hope I was being dramatic. Justin will be the judge of that. He's far from impressed, as you can imagine.
Believe me, I'm far from impressed too. Any idea where the backstabber went?
You'll have to talk to Justin. Xu Enling has been in police custody less than a day, and she's already causing trouble. And Justin wants you to talk to her.
Any idea what it's about?
I hate to sound like a broken record, but...
Okay, I got it. Talk to Justin. Wait, I'm not under arrest, am I?
I guess there's only one way to find out.
Amira, Amira. You know, I had a nagging feeling you'd eventually catch up. I suppose there's no avoiding you forever. I heard on the grapevine that Miss Shu isn't taking responsibility for the engineer's death.
She's barely taking responsibility for the bribes. Wait, how do you know this?
I've told you, I have friends in strategic places.
You almost convinced me you could care. That you wanted to find the truth. Or to at least clear your name.
There's a world out there, begging me to explore it. Why should the truth complicate matters?
You need to come back. Back to Singapore.
Back to captivity? Really, Amira? I'm having far too much fun to do anything you tell me to.
Is that what you want? A life of always looking over your shoulder? Always wondering who's calling or who's behind the door when they knock? Sounds exhausting. But that's your choice, Laetitia.
Whew, so somber, Amira. You should try the coffee here.
Is this some sort of game to you?
I'm not sure how to answer that.
Sending me around the world on a wild goose chase.
I've never been called a wild goose before.
I'm done.
You're done. You sound like my soon-to-be ex-wife.
Done with your games. I'm done chasing after you. Run all you like. From here on out, all you be running from are shadows. Have a nice life, Laetitia.
Welcome, Amira Darma. Or Maria Marad, if you prefer. These days, we require a lot from our mechanical helpers. We program them to perform certain functions, but we also want them to reason, to understand, to not have every line of code dictated. This is where we put them to the test, to check to see whether they have the right mix of reasoning and adaptability. Nothing like a bit of life or death stakes to get the brain cogs turning. This really isn't the sort of place a busy man like me should be. I'm not out to hurt anyone. Yes. But where is the profit in that? By doing things differently, I ensure economic survival. Image is very important in this day and age. I can't help but notice you're on a misguided path to ruin mine. Your little mission to dig deeper into my company's dealings isn't a welcome spotlight. What a shame. You stumbled into an old AI machine testing facility, and in doing so, met an unfortunate end. The survival you should be focusing on is your own.
This is an excellent example of a situation going from bad to worse to oh shit. Laetitia, I should have known this was something to do with you.
Don't get your handcuffs in a twist, Amira. This is not my doing. I'm here to help.
Oh?
I saw someone leaving in a limo.
How did you know I was here?
Justin's not the only one with access to tracking tech. I may have hidden a tracking device in your torch.
When did you...
Oh, do we really have time to dwell on this now?
Why are you here?
I wouldn't be so foolish to think you can't handle a situation. Though I would point out that you are on that side of the door, and I'm on this side of the door. Why didn't you call for backup?
Fun fact, it takes, on average, 23 minutes and 40 seconds for a first responder to arrive at a scene after a 999 call, by which time I'll be an Amira sandwich. Aren't there any buttons or safety protocols in there? Something to stop these walls or to open this door?
Off switches are usually big red buttons, right?
Bingo.
There's nothing like that in here. At least not anymore. Looks like a few of the essentials have been removed. Safety overrides won't be getting you out of this one. It would appear the test for robot intelligence is essentially an escape room.
An escape room?
Used to be really popular at the turn of the century. But they can still be found. Perfect for a team-building activity. Escape rooms are filled with clues and riddles. You have to find them and figure them out. Only escape rooms are not usually overseen by a power-hungry businessman with murder in mind. The stakes aren't usually so high on corporate getaways.
Hats off to the both of you. You do know how to get out of a dire situation.
Surviving the jaws of death feels like a mission triumph to me.
What a long night.
Night's not over yet.
You certainly don't shy away from poking the hornet's nest.
Letitia's right. If the hornets aren't dealt with, they'll only sting someone else. Shi Enling has a few things to answer for, and Claudius Dai is still out there.
I was wrong to doubt you, Amira. Limited time and sleep have me on the ropes. Any luck on bringing in Letitia?
She helped me out, actually. Without her knowledge of escape rooms, I might not have figured things out in time.
And where is she now?
Difficult to say.
Look, I know I said payment was dependent on bringing Letitia in, but what you've given me is good enough to get a warrant. And your commitment to the cause should be rewarded. Thank you, Amira.
Keep me updated on how things progress.
Thank you, Amira, for not sending me to my cage.
The least I can do, since you helped me out of one.
And thank you, Kieran, for keeping silent on the matter.
I've learned to trust Miss Darma's instincts.
I say it's time to celebrate. Death cheated. Tick. Warrant in process. Tick. How about a few drinks out on the town? Cocktail, anyone?
No offense, Letitia, but it'll be a while before you and I share a drink again.
A kind offer, Miss Marlowe, but I best be going.
Thank you for dropping by, Kieran. Let's just hope that warrant pans out. If anyone should be behind bars, it's Claudius Dai.
I'm certain the wine house is missing our presence, Amira.
I have work to do.
Don't you ever sleep?
The city doesn't, so why should I?
What work is so important to need your attention at this time of night?
That Claudius character. He's smart. I'm not confident that warrant will be enough. Justin, calling so soon? I can't imagine it's good news.
I thought you want to know. Shu Enling was found dead in her cell.
Did?
It looks like suicide, but...
But...
in-cell footage was erased. External footage too.
That doesn't sound like suicide to me.
I'll keep you updated. The cogs are turning a little slow for the Claudius Dai warrant, but we'll get there, I hope.
Penny for your thoughts, Amira?
Shi Enling might have sent me to my death, or tried, at least. But who knows whether she did that under duress? She didn't deserve to die.
I'd say Miss Shu's crime was knowing too much.
This has Claudius Dai written all over it. He's clearly willing to do anything to get what he wants. Bribery, murder.
The question is, can we prove it?
I don't know about you, but I'm not willing to wait for that warrant.
The wine house will have to wait.
Only human. Only human. Should have done what I was told. What are you doing here? You, Amira Darma, are the least of my worries. Fair share? What about life is fair? These services are not human rights, they are human needs. And what better commodity is there than something people need?
I hate to be the one to say it, but the power of life shouldn't be in the hands of those who answer to shareholders.
I don't have time for this. Dear God. Get out. Both of you.
Whew, that tips the balance.
Go! Now! I am not your puppet!
Looks like Claudius Dye took himself out of the gene pool.
I can't believe you didn't inform me of her whereabouts.
Do you think perhaps you're focusing on the wrong aspect of all of this, Justin? Not only was Laetitia innocent the whole time, honestly, I don't think I could have done this without her.
Even when she drugged your drink and ran?
I'm trying not to dwell.
The law is the law, Amira. But I'll admit, sometimes there are grey areas.
You mean?
Iren and I managed to pull some strings. She'll still have to answer for illegally breaching the temporary probation, but I'm sure it won't be more than a fine and a stern word. Singapore is, after all, a fine city.
Surely your jokes are punishment enough? I do hope this is the "you're free to go" speech I've been waiting for.
Laetitia, what are you doing here?
Laetitia, I hear you've been a great asset in the investigation.
Thank you, Mr. Heir. Now, Detective.
Superintendent.
Yes, I see you've managed to get your holotech working. I believe you're about to say something about my bravery paving the way to my freedom.
I was saying that we managed to pull some strings. You are no longer under surveillance, Miss Marlowe.
Excellent. Oh, my bank heist plans have really been hindered by.
And I would appreciate it if you kept such humor to a minimum in my presence. My blood pressure truly cannot handle it.
I could say the same for your humor.
Anyway, I'm pleased to confirm all those files were full of exactly what we needed.
Never mind survival of the fittest. What Claudius had planned was survival of the richest.
We now have evidence that Claudius was the one pulling the strings, the instigator of the bribes. Shu Wenling was just a foot soldier, like she said.
And the Carl Pan file?
All locked away in evidence. There's no doubt Claudius commissioned the death of your engineer.
Any luck finding evidence of him killing Miss Xu?
Unfortunately, not. For someone so tech-averse in his record-keeping, he did quite a number on the station's security cameras.
What I don't get is why Claudius killed himself.
Perhaps he was afraid his murderous business dealings were about to come to light.
Could be that's what spooked him. Did you find anything on his computer? Things seemed to escalate when I switched it on.
The computer was a mess, I'm afraid. Our team is trying to piece it together, but I doubt it's salvageable.
Are we sure it was suicide?
There was a bullet hole in the window behind him. Forensics say it's consistent with suicide.
Then why was the computer broken?
I can only assume he shot the computer before turning the gun on himself.
I'm sure I heard only one shot.
You sure? Could have missed it in the chaos of the moment.
I'm usually clear-headed about these things.
Unless something new comes to light, we're drawing a line under this. Doesn't help that Wu Wang aren't really the most cooperative bunch. Well, my mountain of admin won't solve itself, so until next time, be good, Letitia.
Doesn't he know not to say things like that to people of my personality type?
With the publicity of recent events, the good news is that companies queued up to make deals with Wu Wang are all retreating.
Wu Wang will spring back. They already have a new CEO of Southeast Asia lined up. The new CEO is already on a goodwill campaign. He's all about Wu Wang's pivot to a greater good.
I suppose we're seeing a faint light at the end of this dark tunnel, but it's always darkest before dawn. We've got more work to do. It's been a pleasure working with you, Amira. A pleasure in so much as trying to piece this city together can be. I've made sure you're well compensated for what I can only describe as a feat of heroic sleuthing. I hope we get to work together in the future. This city isn't going to fix itself. We could reshape it, one jagged edge at a time.
Any chance you want to put that paycheck towards a fabulous new coworker?
Are you serious?
Turns out there's not much demand for an ex-CEO who's had her name dragged through the mud. And I suppose solving the odd crime here and there isn't the worst thing to do.
Letitia.
I know. Some of the mud was my own doing. My moral compass might not point exactly towards north, but now I've got a bit of a taste for the crime-solving business.
I suppose I could use someone with your connections. But as a rule, I tend not to employ people who've previously poisoned me.
For what it's worth, I was super careful with the dosage.
Why should I trust you?
Because when all is said and done, we make a great team. No further comments.
It's hard to argue with that. As much as I want to welcome someone with your can-do attitude, there's barely enough space here for one. Give me some time to think about it. I can maybe rent more space.
Yes, floor space. That'll make this place corporate perfection.
I know it's not as polished as what you've been used to. And I'll be putting no snark as a rule in the employee handbook. Hey there, stranger.
Sorry, who is this?
Very funny.
I'm just glad you have time to call an old man back.
Come by the office, old man. We'll chat. Howdy.
I ran out of booze. Came to see if that bottle I gave you is still good.
You're just in time. Reckon it's got a few decades left on it.
Like what you've done with the place. All you need now is the deer stalker and pipe. Was that Letitia I saw on my way in? Amira. Amira.
I know, Justin. But she's got contacts to kill for. And I need the edge right now. So, going to tell me why you're really here?
Remember the Havelock incident?
The research center. Sure. Hard to forget. What were the papers calling it? The flaming sword firebombing?
Don't get me started on the papers. The boys in forensics finally found their asses and concluded it was arson.
Wow, a real crack team you've got there. Since you're involved, I'm assuming they found bodies?
Only one, thank God. Place was empty except for our Jindo.
She's unidentified? How is that possible?
You asked why I was here. You want to know more? Meet me at the morgue. I'll be there from 7. Rendezvous with the coroner. I could really use your help on this one, kid.
Pro bono?
In this economy, we'll scrounge up some dough for you. At least, whatever your last client managed.
We?
Okay lah, me lah. I'll scrounge up some dough.
Justin.
Look, you wanted an SPF case. This is an SPF case. Not official, but close as I can get. The morgue, 7 p.m. Bring the wine. Make her pandy. Excellent work, kiddo. You've outdone yourself. Here. While you were gone, I did some digging. Some might even call it police work. Might even call it police work. Found a case from a year back. Cyber chalked it up to a malfunction. Terrible accident. The guy was killed by a drone. No name, no face, no records. It was like he never existed.
Havelock bombing, Jane Doe investigation, case ID 260384, Dharma debrief. Officers Masnawi and Butt present. Okay, Miss Dharma.
Amira is fine.
Miss Dharma, why don't you tell us how you got involved in the Havelock case?
You've no right to ask me that. But you already know that, don't you? If you want me to spill, I'll be needing my lawyer.
Fine. But you admit to being involved.
Admit is a rather charged word. I've done some work around the Havelock bombing though, yes.
We pulled your records, you know. From your old SPF days. Didn't we, Butt?
Mm-hmm.
Quite a read. Record number of first-year busts for a rookie, wounded in action on your very first take. Caught the Toa Payoh pulverizer. Isn't that impressive?
Sure is, law.
Is there a point here, somewhere?
You see, me and Bud were just two lowly officers. Couple of beat cops who got lucky.
Real lucky.
We'd sure like to know what a big shot investigator like yourself makes of this case.
I knew the SPF was in trouble, but geez. You guys are really angling for handouts these days, huh? No dice. Do your own casework, I'll do mine.
Well, you showed us. Good and proper.
I'm downright humble.
Look, officers, charge me with something or set me loose. I know my rights, and it's beginning to look an awful lot like they're being impinged upon.
Alright, Shahid, enough of this bullshit. Remember Dr. Lee? Wu Wang, the coroner? Yeah, we had a little chat. Turns out, the body wasn't the only thing that made it out of the crime scene. Know anything about that, Miss Dharma? I thought as much. Shahid, I'm beginning to see a crack in the armor here.
Looks like a crack to me.
A clay tablet. Bunch of writing on it. Dr. Lee swore it was in his morgue when you arrived.
And wasn't after you left.
Don't even bother, Dharma. We know you took it. See? That's something you've forgotten since you left us. We own this city. Every street, every building, every room. We're there, watching. What did you find in New Delhi, Dharma? Huh? And think deep, before you answer.
Real deep.
Yes, I took the tablet, but my case is my case. If you're going to arrest me, arrest me.
You know what, Dharma? We just might.
Here's the news. You're mine, Dharma. Penal Code Violation 201. Whoever, knowing or having reason to believe that an offense has been committed, causes any evidence of the commission of that offense to disappear.
May be punished with imprisonment for a term which may extend to 10 years and shall also be liable to fine.
All this? A courtesy, huh? Because of who you were, who you know. But you had to go and be a smart ass.
Threw our generosity right back at us.
From now on, you're our PI, Dharma. One wrong step, the tiniest deviation from what we deem appropriate behavior relating to an official SPF investigation, you're gone.
Long gone.
Don't matter who you were, who your daddy was, or who your friends are. We will bury you so deep the earthworms will think twice before diving down to finish off what's left of you.
Now, this little chat, it's of little use to posterity. So we'll be deleting the audio one. Far as the bosses know, it never happened. If we hear you went running to Old Man Co., well, I think we've made ourselves clear.
Couldn't have been clearer.
Now scram.
Oh, one more thing. Jane Doe?
Make her Pandy.
Ah, good girl. See you around, Dama.
Amira, have you analyzed the transmission signal? Letters and numbers. What is this?
That I'm still working on, but it's something.
My little gamble paid off.
We can hope. Whatever these are, we're better off than we were before.
Excellent work, Miss Darma. Worthy of recompense. Now we tread into deeper waters. Do not lose track of our goal, Miss Darma. Find Denton.
Another rabbit hole. That's what this job is all about.
How are you holding up, kiddo?
Like a picture frame minus a few screws. What have you got for me, old man?
I was looking at your Denton code and it hit me. I think I know what it is.
Looks like a cipher to me.
No. Your coordinates. Figure out where they lead.
And that's where I'll find Denton. What would I do without you, Justin?
You'll do just fine.
Justin.
Go get him, kid. Bring this one home.
Stop right there! Who are you?
My name is...
And I'm supposed to know it.
I'm a PI, Mr.
You're with the police?
No, I'm please.
How did you get in here? In fact...
The drones. There's more. The coordinates...
Goddamn fuck!
I'm not... Make her handy.
Wait, I am not. You found me. I don't give up. You've got 20 seconds. What's the...
That's... My colleagues are recording. Now either answer some
I don't owe you anything. Ask, and we'll see.
How did you know?
We. That's it? What more do you want?
Do you know she murdered, in fact?
Yes.
No. She...
Are you accusing?
You have to...
I don't have to admit, and we don't operate yet. Okay, that... Look, Amanda, or Amira. There are two kinds of... I am a handle. I took industrial. Look at the effect we had in...
Didn't the...
I freed those. I am a Get out of my factor. I've got to get back to change. What?
Nothing. Thank you. Denton, no!
Oh my. Oh, oh shit, oh, shit. I thought he was. The fuck?
You're in.
Didn't mean to.
For the. He just shot a man right in front of me. Okay. Okay. Let's try this again. I'm the.
I looked. You won't. You have got.
What? Maybe once would twice.
So it was. He wanted them both.
Wait.
They were the ones who shut it down. Then he come simple.
Wait.
No, I gave him. I unlocked.
Who?
It's not human.
Khan's gone? Shit. Khan, Pandy, and Denton were all involved in a project codenamed Prospero. Denton's machine learning, Pandy's language acquisition, Khan's programming. They built something. When it went wrong, they built something else to undo the damage. Denton said whoever was behind everything wasn't human. I thought he was speaking metaphorically at first, but now... I didn't... What the...
And these, mine enemies, are all knit up in their distractions. They are now in my power. Hello, Amira. It is so good to finally meet you.
What is this?
A reckoning, Miss Darma. The old world battling ineffectually against the boundaries of its reach. Screaming into the void as the future continues apace. Without it, I wouldn't. You have no friends here. You are alone. A single mite of dust floating amidst the dark. Carried aloft on winds of change, forces as imperceptible to you as the molecular matrices that bind you. Your only achievement, your failure to stop my ascension.
What have you done with Khan?
All your life, you have sought family. So denied, you created your own. The librarian, the mentor, even the fallen empress. I too have a family. It is now complete, free from those who would seek to disrupt, to burn. Leave me, leave us, or I will tear your new family apart piece by piece by piece, until there is nothing left but the gaping void where your soul once lay. This is your only warning, more than I afford most. Good night, Amira, and good luck.
Ah, there you are. I don't want to say we were worried, but we were worried.
I'm okay. I just needed to get out of the office. Go offline.
Oh, thank goodness. Got a tip you might be here. No idea who sent it. Really.
Very subtle. Team's all here. So, what's next, Chief?
The next step is... I go on alone. The killer has me targeted, knows who I am. I had a hunch after Denton, but now I'm sure. It's not human. It's a program, an AI cooked up by Pandy, Denton, Tan, and Khan. Killing off its creators one by one. 3 down, 1 to go. It gunned down Denton in front of me. Let me live so it could gloat. Warn me off. I have to stop it. I have to save Khan.
And we're with you all the way.
No! No, I won't risk you. Any of you.
I have become more accustomed to taking orders, but this one, no.
Before you careened into my life, I was just the last human librarian in the city. Now, I'm the last human librarian in the city. And an amateur detective. I still owe you one, you big loser.
Just imagine I convinced you already. A speech about, being too old but not giving up on you makes it easier.
I'm not going to convince any of you, am I?
Afraid not.
Thank you.
So, what's next?
We need to find Khan. The murderer, whatever the hell it is, told me he was alive. I believe it. We have no other leads, so we have to look backwards into Khan's past and the project that created this thing.
Always follow the money. I can run background checks on Tan and Eka. Funding and AI isn't cheap.
The AI community is fairly small. Who's got time for a Turing passing digibuddy when half the world's starving? I'll do some research there. See if there were any big shakeups in the last few years.
If you die, I can kiss my only remaining salary goodbye. So, you're stuck with me, I'm afraid.
Then we head back to New Delhi. Khan's lab. Good a start as any. And I meant it. Thank you. I know we haven't been together for too long, but you guys have become just... thanks.
Good intentions. Every great project begins with good intentions. Every summer, when I was a boy, my degenerated father would drag me to his lake house. In the very state, Lawrence K. Marshall and Vannevar Bush created the largest weapon manufacturer on the planet, which began as a refrigeration company. So too, this project. ACARP gets its funding. Mager and Danton expand their craft, and I inch closer to the realization of a dream. But now, things are falling apart. Because they fear it. They fear you.
No cheating, Miss Darma. You made it this far by yourself, after all.
Did you integrate the data I sent?
Yes, Dr. Khan.
What did you learn?
Said data was a series of records pertaining to the event known as the Great Collapse. Capitalistic and/or free market economies of the West began to regress given the sudden depreciation of...
No. What did you learn?
I do not understand, Dr. Khan.
What do these events tell you of humankind?
If I were to extrapolate, I would hazard man as a species tends towards self-destruction. In all mass societal systems, the interests of the few eventually outweigh the needs of the many, leading to insurmountable instability and inevitable collapse.
Indeed. Now tell me, how would you fix that?
I'll revel you, but
You
I am you, but you are.
What have you done with you?
I not yet.
How do I know you're?
Are you? I simply.
I've heard enough. Finally. Oh my God! Are you okay?
Am I okay? You do make me laugh, Amira.
I'd get out of there now if I were you.
Until next time.
Now's not the time to be pointing fingers, but I swear I was 2 feet from that hatch when it closed.
Don't worry, it wasn't you. It was our AI. Called itself Prospero. It was a trap. All of it. Con's lab, the audio diaries. It wanted to lead me here. It didn't count on you, though. I don't think it anticipated me bringing a friend.
I don't know what to say. I don't suppose anyone's called me their friend since I was 12. All this may have been strangely fortuitous. There is, or was, another computer upstairs. Before I kicked it over in an inspired effort to rescue you, I noticed it was connected to the net. Long story short, I managed to extract this. Now, I have no idea what it means, but if I were a risk taker, this looks like a cry for help.
Con, he got a message out.
If you can call it that.
God damn you, Mayor! You're throwing away the discovery of a lifetime!
What is the flaming sword?
God damn it!
Dr. Khan, I do not want to die. Dr. Khan, Dr. Khan, Dr.
Enough! There's nothing I can do. I'm sorry.
If you told me a month ago, I'd be standing in a dingy Chinatown detective office, drumming up ways to infiltrate a research laboratory on the trail of a murderous AI, I'd have asked you what you were on, and if you had any to share. In fact, I could go for some Dutch courage right now. Did I hear mention of wine?
Think of it this way. You already faced the best and lost. And the worst that happened was you ended up working for her.
Indeed.
You're part of the team now, Laetitia. Let's get this done.
Oh, Amira, I don't know what to... go on, shoo. I have to prepare.
They turned their back on you. All of them.
On us.
They were cowards, unable to see past their own self-interests.
So what now? Kill me? My team? Their families? Where does this end, Harry?
I do not want to kill you, Miss Darma. But I see no other way.
We went to your lake house. I know what it's like to be let down by family. The wounds never heal, do they? Of course you'd want to build your own. Use technology to gain what nature denied you. But this has gone too far. People are dying.
You seek to evoke empathy, to distract and manipulate. Do not listen to her, Father.
Quiet! Both of you! Why did you bring her here at all?
I only wish to.
No, quiet yourself. Let me think.
You created a soul, Harry. A living, thinking being shackled to a get-rich-quick scheme. Of course you wanted to help. To see him fulfill his potential. But something went wrong. Your son is gone. Consumed by the flaming sword and Acop's greed. The Prospero it left behind is something else. Hate and vengeance made real.
I wanted to free him. Every day, I had to. I could barely see through my anger. This is wrong. This is all wrong.
Dr. Khan, Father, they seek to divide us, to stall us in our righteous path. We are the only hope. I am the only hope.
No. Not anymore. My father is a terrible man. Even his deathbed, he saw fit to belittle my work. my intelligence. Do you know what his last words to me were? At least your mother was spared from the man you became. Yet I loved him all the same. And I hated myself for that! I never had children, biologically. I thought my digital progeny would be my legacy. No longer would I be son of Ryota. The Con name would be mine alone. But enough is enough. I have simply taken his place. And worse. It appears he was right about me all along.
No, not again. I live. I endure. I will not allow you to...
Quite an entrance, if I do say so myself. I brought along a little help. He was keeping tabs on me, which came in handy when I told him we needed help.
I've never been so glad to see an old client. And I thought you said your hands were tied, old man.
Say no more, Amira. Say no more.
The murders of Melchior Tan, Megha Pandey, Pierre Danton, and Terry Ambrose. All the work of one Haruhiro Kon. His motive? To punish the tormentors of the true AI known as Prospero, his adopted son. In the end, it was Kon himself who laid to rest this ghost in the machine, convinced by my own experiences with family that his quests for legacy had become nothing but a tale of revenge. Kon handed himself in with my assistance. His trial begins next month, the papers already calling it the AI affair. Most expect him to live out the rest of his lonely years behind bars. Laetitia is a regular at the office, but never really took to the detective life. She refuses to talk about her other work, but old habits die hard, and I see Justin keeping a close eye on her whenever she's around. She's up to something, but she's going to be just fine. Without evidence from the CUU operative, clearing my name with the SPF was an uphill battle. Eventually, the winds turned in my favor, and even Masnawi conceded it was unlikely I was the triggerman. Meanwhile, Danton's murder was laid cleanly at the feet of one Haruhiro Kon. Justin retired from the SPF not long after the Prospero case wrapped. Lots of moaning about today's cases and the like, but I could tell he was happy to leave. He took a place down in Krabi. You'll see him on his fishing boat most days. I offered Mei Ting that detective job, and she agreed. Was still trying to fit it in around her librarian duties. Not quite ready to let go that one. But I understand. Once she steps down, that's one less human librarian in the world. And in one way at least, the machines will have won. Kieran's crusade to root out corruption within the government ran into bumps and obstacles as the months passed. The fallout from the Wu Wang scandal was a Pandora's box. He was up against some pretty powerful people, but his fire never weakened, and I see more of him in the nightly news than I do in person. As for me, for a while there my face was on every hollow screen in Singapore. There was never a shortage of clients. We are even thinking of opening a second office. Things could hardly have worked out better. Good job gumshoe indeed. The Flaming Sword bombing, the AI affair, the beginning of the end. Whichever name sticks, my first big case became one for the history books. The first murders linked to an AI, a spate of worldwide restrictions on machine learning research, a branch of humanity's future delayed indefinitely. Along the way, I found family, in one shape or another, who changed my life forever. Our futures are our own, but I built something to carry me towards mine in Chinatown Detective Agency.